We're going to get underway right on time today. Thanks very much for being with us today. We welcome you all to Marquette University on behalf of Dean Joseph Kearney, the Law School Dean, Dean Bill Hank, Dean of the College of Education, and the College of Education here at Marquette. Welcome to today's conference, The Challenge and the Opportunity, How Wisconsin Can Meet More Ambitious Goals for Students. My name is Mike Goucher. I serve as a Distinguished Fellow in Law and Public Policy here at Marquette University Law School. In just a moment, I'll be introducing my colleague, Alan Borsick, who will tell us more about today's event. It's probably easy to understand why our College of Education would be involved in an event of this kind, this conference today. Commendable work and right in their wheelhouse, as we say. But I'd also like to take just a couple of moments to explain why Marquette Law School is hosting this event. Over the last several years, the law school has intentionally grown its presence in the public policy arena. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel recently described us as Milwaukee's town hall, which we think is an apt description. We see ourselves as a place for serious, thoughtful, civil discourse, a crossroads of sorts for discussion of the issues that affect us all in this community and beyond. We do that in a variety of ways through our research, our vital and sometimes provocative faculty blog, conferences such as the one today, political debates, and our On the Issues conversation series, where we feature news and policymakers, people we like to say who are doing important, interesting work in this region and beyond. In just the last few weeks, for example, we have heard from U.S. Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan, the Judge Advocate General of the U.S. Navy, William Houck, Yale professor John Lewis Gaddis. He's the author of a tremendous book, the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography of George F. Kennan, the influential American diplomat and the Milwaukee native. In the next several weeks, starting with today's conference, we will examine new standards for success for Wisconsin students. On May 31st, we will be hosting the final gubernatorial debate in the recall election. I'll be moderating that, no pressure. And on June 8th, our distinguished professor Janine Geske will lead a day-long conference, and again, the timing is right for this. She'll be examining the state of our political discourse and how it's affecting our democracy and our faith in candidates, campaigns, and government. So it'll be a busy few weeks for us. While the law school's priority will always be, first and foremost, the education of our students, we are pleased to offer these events in hopes that they will make a positive difference in our community. And now today's conference. And to help lay out the day for us, please welcome Senior Fellow in Law and Public Policy, current columnist for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, the longtime education journalist, Alan Borsick. Alan?
I'd like to single out some people to welcome here, but if I did that, it would be basically everybody in the room. I feel like I've got 200 of my closest friends and associates here, and it's not only the quantity but the quality of the people that are here. This is a group that is really eager to tackle the issues that lie before us as a city, as a community, as a state, when it comes to education, and I'm hoping we can help contribute to that conversation here in the course of this event. There is one person I want to single out to thank, and ironically, he's not here. Henry Cranendunk is the longtime math guru in MPS, a math teacher who became the lead math specialist for the district, and became a member of the National Assessment Governing Board. We just finished a 4-year term, and got involved in the whole national scene as a math specialist. Henry stuck his nose in my door here maybe 3 months ago and said, you know, we should bring Dave Driscoll to Milwaukee to talk about NAEP and what's happening here. And that was the germination of this event. Ironically, Henry, even though he's finished his term on the Assessment Governing Board, is still very active and is in Washington today for a NAEP meeting about math standards. I hope he's watching on the internet or will be watching later, but he's the one who most deserves credit for this event coming to pass. Let me set the scene on 2 scores. One is, just to make sure we've got some terms straight here, The National Assessment Governing Board is a group created by Congress. It has sort of a recipe of 2 governors, 2 state legislators, 2 state school chiefs, two teachers, 2 this, 2 that, 1 from column A. And it oversees the National Assessment of Educational Progress, otherwise known as NAEP, otherwise known by its own description as the nation's report card. NAEP goes back to the 1970s. It's a testing program that works through samples across the country. In the last decade or so, especially in the No Child Left Behind era, has picked up importance and steam as a check against basically every state and how they're doing. The most important fact in my mind in regard to this is that NAEP is a pretty strict grader. And that's the second aspect of setting the scene here, because with all that's going on, which we'll be discussing today, the rise of the Common Core standards and so on, the Wisconsin waiver request to get out from under the No Child Left Behind accountability system, Wisconsin is planning to go to NAEP level cut scores. Tony Evers will talk about this, I'm sure, but the plan in the waiver is to do this as soon as next year while we're still using the WKC exams. So that difference has been something that's really been intensely on my mind. And let me show you how dramatic the difference is between using NAEP level cut scores and using the current system we have in Wisconsin when it comes to defining a student as advanced, proficient, basic, the regular, routine. I should add that I am PowerPoint phobic, as my wife, who is here, would tell you. And I'm doing this not to scare anybody, but just to outline the challenge we have. So, Wisconsin, 4th grade reading, last fall's scores, 80% of students were advanced or proficient using what you, if you are a school district official, have been telling your community, what the news media have been reporting, what I've written about way too many times. 80%. If you use the NAEP scores, 33. It's not a coincidence that I put these numbers in larger type here. 4th grade reading, 42%. This is statewide we're talking about. We're rated advanced in fall 2011. The year before it was 47%. Using NAEP, this current round was 7%. 4th grade math, 41% advanced, top of the category. Under NAEP, it's 8. These gaps are all 30, 40, 50 points. 8th grade reading, 83% advanced or proficient. Switch to NAEP next year, you're going to be out there telling people only a third of your students are advanced or proficient. Math, again, 38-point gap between what NAEP would say is advanced proficient reading, math, or what the current Wisconsin system would say. Turning to Milwaukee, and I should add, under the NAEP system, there are not scores for any other school district except Milwaukee. They have only statewide figures and Milwaukee figures, so we don't have figures for any other individual community. But you can be sure that these patterns follow in just about every school district in the 424 we have in this state. So for MPS, 57% of 4th graders rated proficient or advanced in reading this past fall. In the NAEP figures that came out, 13%. 60 and versus 16. 10 versus, frankly, it rounded to 0 for advanced among 8th graders in reading and MPS using the NAEP standard. And finally, 50% proficient or advanced in math compared to 9%. Like I said, I'm not showing you these figures to scare anybody, but to outline the challenge that if we're going to say we're meeting the standards that are going to be the Wisconsin standards for what's a proficient performance, for what's an advanced performance, for what are the goals we want for kids, we've got to figure out a way to get more kids up to the level that NAEP says, you know, that's the standard measuring stick for the nation now. I would regard this as a challenge, an opportunity. Those are the two words we used in the title of this conference, and not as something we should shrink from. So that brings us to our program today, which I'm hoping will contribute to that discussion. I will outline briefly. We have a keynote speaker, which I'll get back to in a moment. Following that, Tony Evers, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, will share his thoughts. After a little break, we'll have a panel discussion looking at state-level perspective on this with a couple of state legislators and a couple of superintendents. Pat Greco is here from Menominee Falls. Dr. Greg Thornton is scheduled to be here from MPS. And then a panel of people whose focus is more on the classroom level. So one panel, kind of the big picture, the 30,000-foot picture. One panel, more teachers and people who are working directly with teachers. And then we'll have a last session over box lunches that, frankly, is kind of an experiment. We had a conference last fall, and afterwards I got some feedback that we had a lot of great speakers, but we had a lot of great people in the audience, and we didn't really get enough conversation going. I thought that was a legitimate point. So the last session is going to be kind of an open forum. Dr. Driscoll, who I'll introduce here in a moment, is going to be here. And I want you to be the panel, all of you who can stick around that long and have an exchange of your thoughts on what we need to do, how we need to get there, what we should, shouldn't, and can do. So that's the outline of where we're going here. And enough from me. I am pleased at this point to introduce our guest speaker. Dave Driscoll is a math teacher. I think that's an important part of his identity. He started out as a teacher in Massachusetts, became an administrator, became the deputy commissioner of education for the Commonwealth, I should say, of Massachusetts, and then the state education commissioner. In the period he held those two titles, Massachusetts went from being down the list of states in NAEP scores, frankly behind Wisconsin at that time, to leading the nation for the last decade in both reading and math at both 4th and 8th grade levels. They took a set of steps that have worked. It's as simple as that. In addition, Dr. Driscoll is currently the chairman of the National Assessment Governing Board. He's a past chair of the Conference of Chief State School Officers, and an influential and interesting guy who has been very generous with his time here and his willingness to come out here and give us some thoughts. That said, Dave Driscoll.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that introduction and for all the work you did in putting this together. And I'm hearing some kind of feedback here. Oh, all right, there you go. And I'm delighted so many people have shown up. And at my age and stage, I don't get carried away with my own ego. I attribute this showing, strong showing of all of you coming together, as more about the interest in Wisconsin about education excellence than it is about me. In fact, I'm the youngest of 10 children. I have 43 nieces and nephews. And when we have a birthday party, I get about a third of the family to show up, and that's only because, you know, they have to. So I don't take this as anything personal. I really do think it's a great tribute to what's going on here in Wisconsin, the governor's race aside. I think there's a momentum here. There's a sense, both in Milwaukee and in Wisconsin, that there's some momentum to do something about student achievement, and I think that's a great thing. So I'm pleased to be part of it. I want to thank a couple of people. important people. First of all, Alan. He's probably teed all of you off at one point or another. Any good reporter does that. I did read a little article by Peter Blute. He wasn't too complimentary, Alan. But I think you know, and if you don't, take it from me, who spent a good deal of time with Alan over the years. He has tremendous passion for this state, for this city, and for the interest of school children in Wisconsin. So thank you, Alan, for your passion. Secondly, I want to thank the guy that's going to watch this on video, Henry Granendonk. Henry is one special person, let me tell you. And I think here in Wisconsin, if you could keep Henry in mind as the poster child for what it's all about, then you'd do well. Henry is a remarkable guy, so passionate and so caring. And you have no idea what he went through mentally because he couldn't be here, because his duty called, his mathematics duty called him to be in Washington, D.C. And in the final analysis, he knew he had to be there. So he took the latest flight he could. He spent all day with me yesterday, picked me up at the airport, and he's flying back at some ungodly hour tonight. And tomorrow we're going to spend some time with some of his students and so forth. I'm looking forward to that. So, and then over time, the last few days, I've known this anyway, but the last few days, I've really heard about some remarkable people in Wisconsin. I've met them, many of them before. You've had some real great leaders in education here, and I think about Mike's dad, who was commissioner of education in Delaware and then superintendent of schools in the Milwaukee Public Schools. And you've had some pretty interesting superintendents over the years. What a career that man has had. So there's a lot to be thankful for and proud of here in the state of Wisconsin. Finally, I have to thank the most important person that I met since I've been here, and that was the bartender last night, who let me put the Celtics on when every other TV had the Brewers on. So I thank him. I'm going to tell you what I am going to talk about, and then I'm going to take a chance. I'm actually going to open it up for a couple of minutes and give you an opportunity to just shout out or maybe kindly raise your hand or something and tell me a topic you think I should discuss. Now, maybe I've covered it. I'll tell you what I'm going to talk about. I'm clearly going to talk about standards and assessment and the Common Core and NAEP and the new consortia and that kind of thing. We'll talk about choice, which includes charters, and of course here it's vouchers. By the way, in Massachusetts we say charters. You got to use them. The other one that talk funny. But anyway, we'll talk about the national scene, the reauthorization of ESEA, Race to the Top. We'll talk about educator quality and obviously the issues around teacher performance and teacher performance tied to student results. We'll talk about school and district accountability. So given that, teacher quality in general, I know that you've been talking about reading here, which we'll talk about. So is there anything else that you'd like me to work in? Not going to talk about the governor's race. Not going to talk about next year's Super Bowl, although if Adam Rodgers stays healthy, my money's on you. Yes?
I'd like to say something about the balance between state and local control and where that fits in reform.
Thank you for that, with Wisconsin being a unique contributor. Thank you for that. And I was given a copy. Henry gave me all kinds of homework to do. A lot of it mathematics, by the way, math modeling. Please, I said, listen, I'm on vacation here, please. But one of the things he gave me was Alan's article from Sunday, in which a very experienced educator who also had a remarkable father that had years of service. She talked about the various elements and, that make schools successful, and I think if you read that, you'll see that we could all agree to that. So the list of things that you should do is pretty obvious, right? You should pay attention to data, you should set high expectations and so forth. The hard part is, as you suggest, how do you get everybody to actually do that? And I'll talk a lot about what I call the sideshows. We get distracted very easily in America. We have ADHD when it comes to staying focused in public education in America. Yes, sir. Not a good story, not a pleasant story, but thank you for that. Okay, well, that's probably enough, and we're going to have a chance, as Alan pointed out at the very end, to have you people will do the talking, so that's a great thing. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the Massachusetts story. I don't want to spend long on it because a lot of things just aren't relevant today, given the conditions that we had and the context we had back then. But there are some things that I think people could learn even today, and so we'll talk about that. Our story starts, as almost every story started, not back with Thomas Jefferson, but with A Nation at Risk. I think A Nation at Risk may have had more of an effect on Massachusetts than it did other states, because we tend to be smug. I don't know if you know that about us. And that was a shocker, as we like to say in Massachusetts. We don't use ours, by the way. They're highly overrated. 25 letters is enough. So it was a shocker because we thought we were fine. And in fact, if you don't disaggregate the data, you know, our white kids will make us look very good. So A Nation at Risk, I mean, you could go back to Sputnik, but A Nation at Risk was really a big event. And as you know, it spurred standards-based reform and education reform across the nation, state by state, talking about this issue of state versus federal. This is long before the federal government ever thought of interfering, or I shouldn't say interfering, mandating things like all kids being tested in grades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would have been unheard of back then. So it was a state responsibility, and people like Kentucky took the lead with KERA, the Kentucky Education Reform Act. We did what everybody should do. We stole the best ideas from Kentucky and developed our own Education Reform Act. And I feel a little bit about this in Wisconsin today. Now, you've got to go through the election, which will, by its nature, be divisive as you head to it. My hope is, after the election is over, and somebody will win, that then there's an opportunity for people to pull together, because that's actually what happened in Massachusetts. It was really the business community that stepped forward, and they did something which I don't know that educators or even politicians could have done at the time, and that is they pulled everybody together. They did a tremendous research project on what was known at that time around public education. And interestingly enough, they produced a report which was the basis for the law, and it's a better title than No Child Left Behind. I always felt, even though I understood it, No Child Left Behind was a little negative in the sense, whereas, think about this, the business community came up with the following report title: Every Child a Winner. That's subtle, but I think it's a difference. You know, and it was very engaging for people. Every child a winner. And true to the business community, they based everything on evidence. Heck of a thing. We don't always do that in public education. So, for example, it called for significant increases, which actually haven't happened, in early childhood education, which is just a must in my judgment, and a whole series of other things. And they had looked across the country at standards, at assessments, at teacher quality, at training, teacher training programs, so forth and so on. Wrote this report, which ended up being the basis for our Education Reform Act. And an amazing thing happened, and I hope it can happen here in Wisconsin. Everybody got behind it. And there was actually one individual business leader that led the fight. And he literally got the governor aboard. He got the Democratic legislature with a Republican governor. He got the unions. He got the parents. I mean, it was pretty remarkable the way he fashioned it. And there were others, of course, many others that helped. So we passed the Education Reform Act in 1993. And it was based on some pretty simple concepts. First was higher standards and expectations for students. Sounds reasonable. And included in that was the requirement that all kids be tested in grades 4, 8, and 10, and that the test in grade 10 would serve as the basis for a high school graduation. In other words, a high-stakes test. If you didn't pass the test, you couldn't graduate. So that was pretty dramatic. And the unions all signed on. Of course, back when we actually implemented it, of course, the unions did everything they could to try and get legislation to undermine it and so forth. And I always tell the story, I got burned in effigy. It's an interesting thing. It doesn't hurt. And so I used to say to the unions, look, you signed off. You know what I mean? You signed off on this. And they said, yeah, but we actually didn't think anybody would ever really do it. We did it. So that was one. The second part, higher standards and expectations for educators. And there, first of all, we instituted recertification, which we didn't have. A lot of states did. You probably did. That is to say, at the time, a teacher that got licensed didn't have to do anything else in their whole career. There weren't any requirements to take courses or whatever. Now, most teachers did because you get paid more for a master's degree and so forth. And we're smug Massachusetts. We probably had more doctors. You'd think you're walking into a hospital rather than a school. Everybody's a doctor, including the first guy I met when I was a teacher in Somerville at a middle school. He was the shop teacher, and he had a Doctor of Oral Arts. We used to call it Dead on Arrival, DOA. And let's just say he didn't talk like a doctorate, but he had a doctorate. So the second was higher. So they had to get recertified. So that was something. They had to do so many credits every 5 years, so forth. And we instituted a teacher test, which you're taking a page from our book in that regard. So we instituted for new teachers coming into the field a teacher test. And then finally, and that's all, there's three basic pillars to our law: higher standards and expectations for schools and districts. And there, interestingly enough, we looked around the country to see if we could figure out an accountability system that made sense. And of all places, we picked Texas. And they had this very interesting system where they disaggregated the data, which was crucial for us. And they had what they called adequate yearly progress, which we thought made a lot of sense. And so we set up a system based on the Texas system. And we use 2020 as the endpoint, because you got to set an endpoint when all kids are supposed to be proficient. And it was very interesting. We set 2020. I used to have this conversation with the late Senator Ted Kennedy all the time. Where did you get 2014? A couple of years later, by the way. And the truth was 2020 worked great. I call it the great hypotenuse in the sky. The slope to get from where you were to make adequate yearly progress with 2020 was a nice slope. Nice, even. And what it meant was, if you looked up as either a school or a district, you weren't too far from the next point. So it was encouraging, it was engaging. Whereas 2014, it got to the point now in Massachusetts, I think 88% of schools haven't made adequate yearly progress. It's crazy. So that was a very positive thing. So that was it, really, basically. Now, there's one other thing. And you can forget it because you're not going to see it. We did something that was unique then, that can't happen today, and that is that the legislature funded it. The legislature said, and the governor, and this was a big deal when the business leader got the governor. I happened to see him the day he was coming out of the governor's office. He said, "You can't believe it. He just signed off on the money." What they determined was a foundation budget. Most of the money went to the poor districts. But they committed to a foundation budget that increased every year for 7 years. It was a remarkable amount of money. And it meant that the urban areas in particular used to have 30, 40 kids in a classroom. We had kindergarten, we had just come off a recession. We had kindergarten kids in Holyoke in a basement. It was awful. So that was significant. That's not going to happen today. So there's one lesson that unfortunately, I mean, it just does not appear that states and certainly the federal government are going to have any extra money laying around. In fact, if you've heard of sequestration, it might keep you up nights, but I'll leave that aside. Something for Congress to deal with. So that was it. I think a couple of key things that are appropriate to think about here in Wisconsin. We had always noted the NAEP testing and what it meant in Massachusetts. The percentage of kids who weren't proficient, small number of kids that were advanced, and small number of kids that were proficient, essentially overall. And it seemed to us that the standard set by the NAEP people, which is a written statement about what kids should know and be able to do, was pretty reasonable. Now, it's a high standard, but it's pretty reasonable. And keep in mind that NAEP is an assessment. It's not a curriculum framework. And so our job, a tricky job, was to see whether or not we could match that up with a curriculum framework, not an assessment framework. Because whatever we set for standards had to be able to be applied at the classroom level. Otherwise, it's unfair. And you can't do that with NAEP. First of all, as Alan pointed out, it's a sample anyway. And there's a lot to learn from NAEP. And in fact, we have a tool on the website that's an Explorer tool that's fabulous. And a Data Explorer tool that every educator in the country, and I hope someday the parents, we're pushing to see if parents could understand, really should mine that data, because there's a lot to be told there, just on an assessment level. But anyway, we set our frameworks and definitions of our cut scores at NAEP. And it wasn't long before our results on a statewide basis were almost the same, excuse me, as the NAEP results. In mathematics, Henry would be proud, they were just about right on. In English language arts, a little different. We had reading and writing and so forth. So NAEP was actually a little higher standard than we set. We set a standard that wasn't quite, pretty close, but not quite NAEP-like. That, of course, caused a lot of consternation, as it is now in your state. But I would simply ask this question. Why wouldn't you set the standard where it ought to be set? Now, we just did a study with SAT scores and ACT scores and Accuplacer compared to NAEP. And if you look at where people think of the SAT and ACT being kind of college ready, you'll see that it's pretty much right at proficient. So the people on the board that set proficient back in the day really did something that was pretty unique. So all this talk about college ready and whatever, and I got to tell you, this is my prejudice, and this is back to the question about how do you pull everybody together. We love sideshows. We love to get distracted. I used to get so exasperated by the talk about, oh, you set standards, we're not going to look good, blah, blah, blah. I used to say, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to commission a commission, because that's what you do in education. We're going to commission a commission or a task force that's going to lead to a commission. And we're going to look around the country. We're going to abandon our high standards, and we're going to pick whoever's number two, the next highest standard. I don't know if that's Minnesota or Oregon or California, whoever it is. By the way, it could have been South Carolina, by the way. They have pretty high standards. So I'm going to go find the second highest standard. We're going to abandon the Massachusetts standards, and we're going to adopt them. So won't that make you feel good? I mean, because it's not about this crazy debate about the standards. Let's get over it. Here are the standards. Here are the standards we've come up with. Teachers, administrators, parents, business people, sitting in a room, putting all these people together, setting the cut scores, going through all that stuff. Here's what we say in Massachusetts kids should know and be able to do. So let's get over it. That's it. And it tells the truth. Now, let's put all of our efforts on getting kids to those standards. Now, that's easier said than done, because now you're into issues of not only academics, you're into issues of poverty and all of the other challenges. But that's where we should be putting our efforts, getting kids to the standards, not spending decades and decades and decades. Do you think they spend decades in China figuring out the standards? I mean, Finland, Singapore stole them from other countries, and they're very clear about that. So I think there's one lesson to be learned, and your state superintendent, I always think a commissioner, your state superintendent has already put the stake in the ground by adopting the Common Core standards and so forth. In Massachusetts, there was a big debate, it's always a debate, about whether or not they should adopt the Common Core. And the commissioner there, Mitchell Chester, did something I think was very wise. He commissioned, paid for by the business community, the same group that had led the law, Westat, to do a side-by-side comparison to the Common Core standards to the Massachusetts standards, which, by the way, were being revised in English language arts, ironically. And Westat came out and said, yes, they're at least equal. So your state has already done that. So that's the first thing. And I hope there isn't going to be any backlash about the standards themselves. There can be a lot of debate about how do we measure, and how do we measure, what do? You don't just throw kids in the deep end of the pool. You don't just say to the Milwaukee Public Schools when you looked at Allen's results, okay, you're going to be at NAEP, in 3 years or something. Let's understand that where you are now versus where you want to be is a long way away. And I'm the first to tell you, and I know it's not going to help, because there just isn't any money. But money matters. Money matters. And anybody that says money doesn't matter is just kidding themselves. It makes a big difference. But we know we're not going to have a lot of money. So we're going to have to get kids where they are now to where they need to get without the use of extra monies. And we're just going to have to figure it out and do the best we can. And it's going to be harder and longer, and fewer kids are going to get there, frankly. If you can't have services, psychological services, other things that kids need that are in their way of learning, you're going to have larger class sizes and so forth. It makes it a longer challenge. But so be it. That's what it is. And so I would urge you to get behind the standards and embrace what this state is headed for. And it's a tremendous amount of work to actually implement the Common Core standards in classrooms. It changes the way classrooms look. And it changes the teaching and learning. I always like to say the learning and teaching process. We're too focused on the teaching rather than the learning. There's a British inspection system, and we've brought a couple of companies have come over to the United States, made a lot of money too, and have instituted what they call the British inspection system. And the big takeaway there is that they go into classrooms and they hear their American counterparts say, well, Mrs. Jones, you're really doing a nice job. The bulletin boards look good. The kids, you get nice materials. The kids this and that. And the Brits say, look, this kid asked you a question. You answered it, but the kid really didn't get it. Now, are you going to go back and explain it to the kid again, or are you going to have the kid after school, or what? So that's why I always say it's learning and teaching, not just teaching and learning. Too much focus on the teaching. Tony Wagner of Harvard does I don't know if you've seen this, but he goes around the country and he has a videotape of a classroom and a teacher, a high school teacher. And the high school teacher, it's a 15-minute video of the teacher teaching. And then afterward, he asks the audience, which is usually made up of educators, higher ed people, secondary people, so forth, to rate that from A to D, and maybe even A to F. And guess what? Every audience he's ever presented it to, there are some A's and there are some F's. Now, if we can't figure out what a good classroom looks like, we're in a little bit of trouble. And so that's another challenge for you that I think you can learn from the Massachusetts experience, because one of the things we did, and this did actually cost money, but not much. We set up, actually schools asked us to do this when we first started. This would be a good idea now. We used to give schools $500. Now that was probably enough for coffee. But it was a token, and it meant something at the time. It meant they were being valued. And they set up study groups in their schools to study our new frameworks because they were different. And anybody that thinks any of the textbooks that are used across Massachusetts, which every one of the textbooks starts in the beginning saying, we're aligned to MCAS. Well, I had a member of my state board that had too much time on his hands. He took every major math textbook available and went through it and aligned it to MCAS. Guess how many textbooks were really aligned to MCAS? None. Because you had to really move it around, you know what I mean? So these people studied the frameworks, and that's what I would urge you to do. Incorporate whatever role you're in, even if it's higher ed, whatever, incorporate these standards. What do they mean? And they mean a lot about the teaching and learning process in the classroom, not just external standards. They have to do with the teaching and learning process. And they have to do with a lot of things like kids are going to have to use evidence when they write and base things on evidence. That's a great thing. I often have audiences. I tell them when I open it up, I say, you can say anything you want to say, but it has to be based on evidence. So when you make a statement, I want you to tell me where you got the evidence. Boy, does that change, right? Because those that hate charter schools now have to give me evidence. Or those that love charter schools have to give me evidence. And that changes the whole, because they're clear that they hate charter schools and the charter schools are terrible, or they're clear that charter schools are the answer to everything. But when you force them to base it on evidence, guess what? It kind of gets mixed up. You find out there were actually some good charter schools and some not so good charter schools. So maybe it's not as simple as we think. I want to talk quickly about some issues. I do want to take a minute out to talk about my colleague and friend Tony Evers, by the way. I don't know if you know this or not, but I was responsible for him winning the last time. There are a few elected chiefs across the country. So I sat down and decided I was going to send a donation to those colleagues of mine that were running for re-election. And I know Tony took my $20 and put them right over the top. So what happened is, this is true, I wrote checks in October, so September, October. So I wrote checks to 3 or 4 chiefs that I knew were running. And then I got on the website the day after the election, and I went to the various newspapers. My brother was editor of the Boston Globe, so I know the names, at least, of all the major newspapers, because you used to read them every day. So I went to this one, found out the guy won, went to this one, found out the lady won, so forth. I went to the Milwaukee Sentinel, and I said, boy, this Sentinel's really falling apart, Alan. They're not even covering the election. Little did I know, Tony didn't run till like April or something. So my $20 was the first thing to come in to the coffins. And I became this hero. I got 27 letters of thanks for my donation because I was the first in 6 months early. Anyway, let me just say this. I'm hoping that Tony gives me the opportunity to send another donation soon, and he runs for re-election, because I think he's done there you go. Might even be more than $20 this time, although I'm limited. Let me talk quickly, as time is flying as usual. Let me talk quickly about choice and charter schools and vouchers and that kind of thing. And again, if you think about the evidence, and it's pretty remarkable when you realize the percentage of kids, and I don't actually know the number, but I know it's very small, who actually attend their local neighborhood school. It really, there's a whole series of reasons now why they don't. Choice, I mean, these are not kids that necessarily go to charter schools or pro-kid schools or voucher schools. They may be in the public school system, but they, for one reason or another, the mother works across town or whatever. It's really amazing. And I don't see it ebbing. I mean, I see the growth of charter schools continuing. In Massachusetts, we have 68 now. And this is a state that the heavily Democratic legislature, it is heavily Democratic legislature, has been pretty tough on charter schools. They're not raising caps, putting caps on. They required charter schools to, we say charter in Boston, charter schools to allow their teachers to form unions and have private signature cards. I mean, they do a lot of things that people suggest might be advisable with charter schools. Advice from non-charter people, anti-charter people. And yet, even in Massachusetts, not only is there a 68 of them, but the ones in Boston in particular are doing very well and are looking to expand. And so that's happening across the country. You see what happened in Indiana where they passed legislation on vouchers. I think Ohio passed legislation on vouchers. So it's pretty hard not to see, and you're seeing in large cities like Kansas City, a huge drop in enrollment. You're seeing it in Memphis. So I don't think it's going to take long to just look at the larger picture across America to realize that the number of kids who are going to be, or number of families who are going to be taking advantage of choice one way or another is going to continue to increase. And so that does provide a challenge for a lot of people, but it's a fact. So what I always say about charter schools is not so much vouchers, because we didn't have those, of course, but not in Massachusetts. But I would put out a report, charter school report. And immediately, those that love charter schools would say, see, that shows charter schools are it. Look at the schools in Boston have a higher percentage than blah, blah, blah. And the anti-charter schools would say, yeah, this proves. There they go, cherry picking. They don't have the same, it wouldn't matter what the report. I'd say, look, it's the same report. You can mine the data in different ways. And by the way, the report usually was mixed, right? It would say that some charter schools did extremely well, some charter schools didn't. Some charter schools do cherry pick. Some charter schools have huge waiting lists and have lotteries and have percentages of special ed kids and ELL kids that mirror their community. So it really was a mixed bag, but it was just so interesting to me, the sort of the prejudice of the audience before we even begin on that issue. I do want to quickly talk about teacher performance and merit pay. And this, of course, gets back to race to the top. One of the reasons that there's a cap lifted in Massachusetts is because it's required under race to the top. So there are those that think, and I'm appointed by Secretary Duncan, so I'm aware of that, but as chair of NAGB. But one could think about race to the top as out and out bribery. You didn't need to raise the cap on charter schools. You need to tie teacher performance to the student results, or you don't get the money. So call that what you want to call it, but in Massachusetts, we call that bribery. So race to the top, and I give the secretary credit because he stepped into a breach that is really just I think, one of the worst things that I've seen in my whole career, and that is the actions of Congress, which I think, unfortunately, reflect the people in America. I was in Texas at an NAGB meeting last week. It blew my mind. There was this ad that kept appearing, political ad that kept appearing. And there's a current congressman in Texas, and his opponent accused him of being a moderate. I couldn't believe it. And it would quote this newspaper saying he was a moderate, and he said at some point he was a moderate, and we just can't have a moderate. So vote for me, because I'm not a moderate. You know, when you see the Evan Bayes and the Susan Collins is leaving, I mean, it's a sorry state. And when you see the disrespect, and we wonder about kids and bullying and that kind of thing. And we have adults that can't conduct themselves. It's just very maddening. But I digress. So the Secretary, I think, in many ways, saw an opportunity and jumped in, and to some extent has at least moved education reform forward. You may take issue, but nonetheless he did, when Congress can't get its act together. So I want to talk a little bit about teacher performance as it relates to being tied to student results. And let me begin by saying I'm a huge proponent of tying student results to teacher performance. Now comes a very, very huge but. If you look at the materials and the studies that were done, actually almost by accident in Tennessee, a professor at the University of Tennessee had some psychology majors that were doing a study. And ironically, back then, Tennessee had the data on individual student results per teacher, tied to a teacher, which was very unusual. And that was not their study, by the way. They were looking at some other aspect. But what came out of that was this idea that there are a certain percentage of teachers who, over time, get higher student results than the average. And, conversely, there are some teachers who get lower, over time, get lower student gains. And they're both fairly small percentages. Fortunately, the more effective teachers are a little higher. And then there's this huge bulk in the middle that essentially get about a year's growth with kids. It's pretty interesting. Even urban kids make about a year's growth. Most kids make about a year's growth during the year. Guess what, though? Comes summer loss. And by the way, summer loss people don't think about, for some reason, as cumulative. So it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You know, you do that for 12 years, you're not getting too far. So I am convinced that done right, over time, carefully, with all of the factors that you can really find, particularly those that get more than the usual growth, which I think is almost more important. And for those that don't, let's hope that we would try to find ways to help that person improve. This gets back to that issue: do we really know what a standards-based classroom is? Do we really know what our expectations are for teachers? And if there are some who shouldn't be in the profession, then they shouldn't be in the profession. So I am a proponent, but I think it has to be done carefully over time. You know, I've had teachers say to me, I'm the best fourth grader in my school, so they give me all the hard cases. Well, I said, well, that's great. You'll get all the growth, because it's all about student growth, right? But it's not as simple as that. Anybody who's taught understands. You know, little Johnny comes in September, and you start to realize he's kind of quiet. And then you find out Dad's left the house. Or you find out that, there's been a tragedy. And in the urban areas, there's a laundry list of issues, terrible issues. May not have eaten the night before and so forth. So I think it has to be done very carefully. And it shouldn't be done just for the purpose of getting rid of bad teachers. That's not the issue in my judgment. My judgment is that there is a statistical way of going at this over time that does tell us some things. We've got to start telling the truth. there are some teachers that don't belong in classrooms. And there aren't many principals that are going to find them, frankly, because our principals aren't trained well enough and we're not clear on what it is that we need in classrooms. And so that I'm going to have to wrap up. So that, I hope, brings us back to, I hope I can push these two things together. So the question is, how do we make change? How do we make a difference? How do we make a positive difference? And I would submit to you that heretofore we've spent way too much time on the sideshows. You know, if you're in the insurance business, then you worry about insurance. If you're a principal, you need to worry about the advancement of your students, both socially and academically, right? It's all about student growth and gain. So if it's all about student growth and gain, then why is it that principals aren't in classrooms more often? You know, I do some work for NISL, the National Institute for School Leadership, which Milwaukee has just adopted, and it's a terrific program. And we showed in Massachusetts and in Pennsylvania, where large groups of principals were trained, that we actually got higher student achievement. And so that's what it should be about. It shouldn't be about the politics and the divisiveness. I was a math teacher. Education reform should be about addition and multiplication, not subtraction and division. And so I think you have an opportunity here in Wisconsin. The last issue was about the state-federal mix. And I think No Child Left Behind got some things right, but they got some things wrong. And one of the things they got wrong, in my judgment, was this mix of local and feds. As Dick Elmore at Harvard likes to talk about, it's the tight-loose thing. You should be tight on standards and expectations, but loose on how people get there. Because in Milwaukee, it's different than Wauwatosa, and it's different than it is in Spokane, Washington, or Beverly, Massachusetts. And so the prescription of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 it's too much testing. In Texas, 45 days. I'm a big assessment fan. 45 days of the school year are mandated by the state. So I think this issue of the mix of federal, state, and local needs to be fixed. Because right now, it's about punitive bashing. It's as if the federal government knows best. We know at NAGB what the results are, and we want to tell you what the results are. But we're prohibited by statute, by law, not to mess into classrooms. That's not our job. Our job is to be the truth teller. And so I think this mix, if the way I think it would work best in Wisconsin is people would understand the Common Core, would understand what's required of teachers. And then you would design a assessment system. Yeah, if you have to present it to the federal government because you're getting Title I funds, fine. And in some grades, you would use summative testing, 4, 6, and 8 or something. But in other cases, you'd use formative assessment, established by yourselves at local level that makes sense, that are tied to the standards, and that give you a tool to work with kids the next day. Not a test result you get in June that the kid's already, or July, and the kid's already gone to the next grade. Makes no sense. So I think that we have a great opportunity, I hope, in this country. You certainly have one in this state, because there is an opportunity here after the fray in a couple of weeks that hopefully you can pull together. I think this state has tremendous potential. And I think just telling the truth is easy. I don't see why you would fear the fact that the numbers go from here to here. You'd say, well, we're telling the truth. You know, I think I'm a pretty good golfer, but, you know, if I have to play against some of these young guys that hit it, you know, forget it. So I could kid myself and tell you I'm a great golfer, but it isn't true. So I think, you know, it's an opportunity to tell the truth. But more importantly, here in Wisconsin, I sense, after all you've been through, Here's an opportunity to pull together. Higher education, and good luck, by the way, with our Massachusetts reading test, which you've adopted. Higher education, parents, administrators, local officials and politicians, and the general public to say, you know, in Wisconsin, we're going to value our kids. We're going to all pull together, and we're going to make a difference for the kids in our district, in our schools. That's what's going to make the difference here in Wisconsin. Thanks for your kind attention. Appreciate it.
I would tell you that Tony Evers, the state superintendent, doesn't need an introduction, and that's basically true, which is why I'm just going to simply say, Dr. Tony Evers, the state superintendent of public instruction since 2009, the deputy superintendent for years before that, a veteran of many school districts and school organizations in Wisconsin, and a really nice person.
Get used to all this technology up here. Anyway, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here, and I have to do a shout out for Sister Joelle Reed. It's good to see you again, and there isn't an activity, educational activity in Milwaukee area that's worth anything without having her here, so thank you very much for being here this morning. And also, it's good to be back here in Marquette. I know I saw Dean Enck walk in a little bit ago. I had the opportunity this last Sunday to, excuse me, to be a speaker at the College of Education commencement at the Pabst Theater. It's a really fun event and very rewarding for everybody there. And so I'm kind of getting used to this Marquette thing. So Alan, if you could figure out a way that I could get a permanent parking pass, that would be just really, really special. And also, what a great facility. I was really admiring the technology and especially the portraits of all these highfalutin legal folks on the wall. And my son is a graduate from Marquette University School of Law. And I have to be darned if I see his portrait up here. He's going to be very, very disappointed. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Driscoll for keynoting this conference. As a commissioner, he was an inspiration to all of us, and he is also presently a great leader on the NAEP board. And while he has a great wit and is able to poke fun at himself for his Bostonian accent, I believe, without a doubt, that I can rival him in any accent. Up until a few years ago, I really didn't believe I had one. I was at a national conference, and the former state superintendent, we were all together, and the former state superintendent from South Carolina, who you may imagine had a major Southern accent, right in the middle of the meeting, stopped the meeting to tell me what a darling accent I had. I'm from Plymouth, Wisconsin, for God's sakes. Anyway, I rival your accent. And first of all the kind of informality aside, I have to thank David for one of his main messages, and that this is not the time to spend a whole bunch of time seeking out where our differences are. We have to find a way to move our state forward, and it is time to move together. And I think the things that we're talking about today are basic things that all sides can agree on. Wisconsin has been a state where we have worked together well, and I submit to you that in order for us to move our system forward, we need to once again reinvigorate that idea of working together. David indicated that Massachusetts had three major pillars around their success in moving his state forward: student accountability, educator accountability, and school accountability. And as I describe what we're doing in Wisconsin and what we're planning to do in Wisconsin, you'll see that we are working off the Massachusetts playbook and we're adapting it for Wisconsin. But first of all, before we kind of get into how we reform, I have to briefly talk about one thing that I think is really important to talk about is context. We're not starting from zero. We are not starting from zero in this state. As state superintendent, I really am humbled by the work that goes on in our schools across Wisconsin to serve both our citizens and, most importantly, our children. And I'm tremendously proud of the accomplishment of all our schools. We lead the nation in graduation rates. We lead the Midwest in advanced placement participation. We lead the Midwest in passing the test for advanced placement tests. In fact, our now nation-leading graduation rate has actually increased to a significant extent over the past couple of years. So that's important. We aren't starting from zero. That is good news, but we have a tremendous amount of work to make sure that we ensure that every student in the state graduates ready for college and careers. We're nowhere near that goal when 1 of 10 of our young people drop out of high school. That's about 6,000 to 7,000 students a year. And we're nowhere near that goal when our Native American and Hispanic students drop out at the rate of 1 in 4, and we're nowhere near reaching our goal when 1 of 3 of our African American children drop out. And also graduation gaps exist for students with disabilities, English language learners, and students in poverty. So we have to make sure, we need to think about, it's great to be at 90%, but the fact of the matter is we need to get all kids to that level. Give you a few reasons why. From a purely economic standpoint, the evidence is clear. Students that graduate from high school or don't graduate from high school, drop out, earn less over their lifetime, are more likely to be out of work than those who graduate from high school, rely more on social services, have more health problems, and they die younger. That's an amazing thing to think about. They die younger than those that graduate from high school. Taking a look at it from the flip side, students that graduate from high school are more likely to be civically engaged, more likely to vote, really important skill, and are generally much more involved in their communities and their neighborhoods. For our future, we have to make sure that 10% we don't forget about, and that's what this accountability system is about. Our reform efforts mirror Massachusetts, as I said before. First, student accountability. Back in 2010, Wisconsin was the first state to formally adopt the Common Core state standards. Kentucky claims to be the first. They're wrong. Wisconsin was the first. Kentucky has a state board. We do not. I can do it by fiat. Therefore, we did it first. These are rigorous, internationally benchmarked standards in English language arts and mathematics, and now shared across 46 states and territories. They're a reflection of what students need to be able to do to compete in our society and to be truly college and career ready. We're currently working to bring these standards to the classroom, and I just want to read an article. I hope you don't mind me doing this to you. About implementation of the standards right here in Wisconsin, right here in Wausau, Wisconsin. This is a story from the Wausau School District. It's from the Wausau Daily Herald. The students in kindergarten teacher Ann Miller's class know exactly what they need to accomplish when it comes to their writing skills. Miller, a teacher at Wausau's Lincoln Elementary School, has designed a chart for each student that outlines what his or her writing skills are and what they should be. The students check off each writing skill they master, such as consistently putting spaces between words. It makes Miller's job easier because each student knows what he or she has to accomplish, and so do his parents. Miller's individual work is an in-the-classroom manifestation of the changes the Wausau School District is making to its curriculum as they move to the Common Core standards. Specific criteria that every student needs to know. The effort is part of a sweeping national education reform designed to ensure that all students receive a quality education and to hold school districts accountable under No Child Left Behind. Miller has taken those Common Core state standards and put them into the language a 5-year-old student can understand. So you can see they're changing instructional strategies. Because they're clear, because they're more straightforward, it's easier to engage in parents. It has been very powerful in our classroom, Miller said. The effort to ensure Wausau's curriculum conforms with the Common Core state standards is being ramped up because these students are taking standardized tests based on the Common Core in 2014 and 15. Those tests will be more rigorous than the standardized tests used now. The results will be used to not only judge school districts under No Child Left Behind, but used as part of the teacher evaluation process. Even though it's been 2 years since the Common Core has been adopted in Wisconsin, districts such as Wausau are tweaking curriculum and coordinating their efforts of hundreds and hundreds of teachers, and that's no simple thing to do. Assessment, books, and other materials need to be scrutinized. For Miller and her colleague, Lincoln Elementary third grade teacher Mary Hardill, efforts are paying off. It gives us a chance to really know what we need to teach our children. Our focus are much more clear. So that's a short article, kind of simple, straight to the point, talking about what a kindergarten teacher is doing, what a third grade teacher is doing. But it also connects the dots between the standards, what goes on in the classroom, what goes on as it relates to accountability, and also how it relates to evaluation of performance. I hear these stories every single day across Wisconsin. These new standards, and I think David was talking about it when he was talking about standards, they're game changers. They're higher expectations, but they're clearer, and they will communicate better and engage students in a more significant way on higher order thinking skills, less rote learning, and so on. In addition to adopting Common Core state standards, we're developing a next generation of assessments that is tied to those standards. Soon, these online adaptive tests will provide students and parents and teachers with robust information instantaneously and with great timely feedback in order to improve student learning. We're also putting a new emphasis on reading, early reading. Reading, of course, as you know, is a foundational skill. To have Wisconsin again be once again be a national leader in elementary reading performance, we're strengthening our early learning standards. We're implementing a statewide early literacy screener, and we're improving teacher educator preparation and ongoing professional development. As David indicated, we're adapting the MTEL, the test that's used to provide teachers entering the profession with feedback, and it's a quality control measure for us at the state level. We're also replicating that work that we've done in reading to take a look at mathematics in addition to that. Next, educator accountability. Together with a team of education leaders, and some of them will be here after me, we developed a fair and robust educator evaluation system, and will soon be piloting it in districts across the state. This new system, which at its very heart, this is critical, is not about punishing folks. It's about strengthening the profession of teaching, strengthening the profession of being a principal. We'll be focused on classroom practice and student achievement. We believe this will be a significant step forward. The caveat, I'll add some of the same caveats that Dr. Driscoll did a few minutes ago. To me, and all these reform efforts, but especially this one, when we talk about performance evaluation of teachers, there's a fine line between doing it really well and doing it very poorly. And I give this admonition every time I talk about this, if we believe that we can go from changing our evaluation system to talk about hiring and firing and then talk about merit pay all within like 3-4 months, we will screw it up royally. We have to get this evaluation piece right. We have to make sure that our principals and our teachers are adequately trained and prepared for this new evaluation system. We can do it, but I'm very fearful of the sideshows, as Dr. Driscoll talked about, kind of messing up the works. We have to make sure that we do it with great fidelity. Third, on school and district accountability, we have long known that the system imposed by No Child Left Behind is broken, and without changes, every school in the country would soon be labeled as failing. Wisconsin developed a new accountability system under the leadership of a statewide design team. The work of this group was outstanding and formed the basis of our waiver of some of the requirements on No Child Left Behind. Once our waiver is approved, our new accountability system will identify and support struggling schools, there's that word support again, as well as reward and replicate the performances of, or the systems and the practices of our highest performers. And as an aside, I know this will be surprising to some of you that believe that everything that is written in a newspaper is gospel. For those of you who may have gleaned from newspaper reports that our waiver is in jeopardy, our waiver was never in jeopardy, and it will be approved in the not-too-distant future. And while this is not the primary focus of this event, we all understand how money is always part of the conversation. On that topic, briefly, as part of my past budget proposal, I propose a fair funding for our school system, and that budget proposal will be repeated this time. In addition, last time we asked the state to invest in our schools across the state of Wisconsin. This time the request will be to reinvest and to move away from disinvesting in our public schools. There's two critical components. We have to stop disinvesting, and we have to distribute what money we have in a fair and equitable way. As long as we're talking about reform, in my budget I'll also call for an increase in Wisconsin's graduation requirements and to financially support the use of the ACT suite of tests to make sure that our students are college and career ready. And we also hope to greatly expand our efforts to ensure, and this is a pet project of mine, that our high schools all high schoolers have access to college credit opportunities. Every student have that access to college credit opportunities, thus once and for all breaking down the barriers between secondary and post-secondary. So essentially, our current reform standards are the same things that we've talked about with Massachusetts. It's higher standards, new assessments, a reinvigorated effort around reading, new educator evaluation systems, and new school and district accountability systems, and much more. While we might mirror Massachusetts and other states' work, I have to tell you that we're on a fast track. There's fast timelines because we believe in Wisconsin that our students and our community and our state deserves no less than to move forward on these initiatives. Increasing our expectations of what students know and be able to do to match the reality of the 21st century is not going to be easy. As you can see, the teachers in Wausau are working on that right now. We're setting proficiency levels at the new NAEP, or at the NAEP levels for next year for both assessment and accountability purposes. Students who may have been proficient in the past may not be in the future. But we have to understand two very important things. We need to raise our expectations, but we're also implementing new and more important skills than students were learning in the past. So we're going to have some implementation dip, regardless of when we raise the standards. But we need to move forward on this now. Schools that were making adequate yearly progress in the past may no longer meet those expectations. We are transitioning to a system of higher expectations. We can't have higher achievement without higher expectations. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult work, but it's grounded in the reality of what we know kids have to do to succeed in the future. It's better to highlight where we need to, and by doing this, it's going to be easier for us to highlight where we need to target precious resources. But most importantly, for all of us in this room that care about schools in Wisconsin, whether they're private or public, we will all need to clearly communicate with our students and parents and our local communities and partners and elected officials about why college and career-ready expectations are needed, why they more accurately reflect the measures of success, and why they're the right thing to do for our kids. Ultimately, by moving forward, our education system is going to be a better education system. And that means our future for our students and indeed all of Wisconsin and the nation, because we're all in this together, is going to be better. So it's been a great start of the morning with Dr. Driscoll. And you've heard now where we are going as a state of Wisconsin. And somebody asked the question before about state versus local control. And I think it might have been right up here with Steve. I believe that I'm elected in the state of Wisconsin to be state superintendent, and whatever authority is granted to me, I think I have to use that authority. It's not that I think I know more than anybody else in this room, but the fact of the matter is there has to be a statewide presence. There has to be statewide leadership on all the important issues of the day. We'll gather input. We'll make decisions the best way we can. And I'm not saying I'm anti-local control. For God's sakes, I was in local districts for over 30 years of my life. But the fact of the matter is we need to be partners on that. The state has to be supportive, but the state also has to lead. And that's the way I am. And for those of you who know me, you know that it's my belief that the state plays a large role in changing and improving education in the state. So with that, I thank you. I know I'm almost out of time, but I tell you I'd be glad to, and thanks to Alan for organizing this. But if you wish, I can be glad to field a couple questions, or if you rather I not. Okay.
I'll take the liberty of asking first, what's the deal with the new wave of testing that's coming? Where do we stand?
I'm sorry, on the waiver?
The new wave of testing.
Oh,
The Smarter Balance.
yes. Well, we're part of the Smarter Balance Consortium. We're part of that consortium for a couple of very important reasons. One is it's online. One, it has a real emphasis not only on summative tests that we think it's going to be it'll be adaptive, so it measures students in a much broader spectrum, so it's going to be more beneficial to teachers and parents. And also it has a heavy emphasis on formative assessment, which is really quite important instead of everything being on the summative test. But there's sideshows here. Dr. Driscoll talked about it. Clearly, there's a movement across the state of Wisconsin, and actually what I read in the paper, which I certainly believe, there's some more conservative think tanks out there that believe that the Common Core state standards are not the way to go. Not that they're not good standards, but it kind of reemphasize the national nature of this movement. And so if those standards go down, the testing system goes down with it. I believe that we will absolutely need to work hard to continue the work to support the Common Core state standards. Our test, the Smarter Balance Consortium, is on target. We plan to move forward with that in 2014-15 if we can make sure that the sideshows don't interfere with that. One more question. Yes.
Okay, regarding the new education evaluation systems, are we going to be looking at people within a school district, or are we going to be looking at outside persons to come in to evaluate teachers? Is it going to be independent, or are they going to be within the school districts?
The question, for those who couldn't hear it, is around educator evaluation programs and who's going to be doing, kind of the bottom line question, who will be doing the evaluation? We believe that that's something that can be looked at locally. There may be some reasons to have outsiders come in, but we hope that the immediate supervisor will be the one that will be doing the evaluations, which clearly is a workload issue. But also, I also have to show a bias here, and I know, actually, it's out of Harvard. There's a lot of work around the whole issue of peer evaluation, and I am a huge supporter in that. I wish, it's my hope that we get a couple pilots in the state going on peer evaluation. Peer evaluation has proven to be very, very effective in the districts that have used it. It's a tad pricey, but the fact of the matter is that they seem to believe, the group out of Harvard, that it's not only more fair but more substantive and really gets at the heart of teaching, and that's where we should be. So hopefully some people will take that bait. Okay. Yes, sir. Hi.
Regarding increased high school graduation requirements, one of the questions, or one of the research shows that students that can get into the post-secondary schools earlier and get into those specialty programs actually are a little bit better because those schools really target career readiness and career needs, whether that be a college or a tech school. But keeping a student in a K-12 system longer than really absolutely necessary, isn't that kind of holding those students back from actually accessing post-secondary skills if they can reach that through those post-secondary things?
Well, I'm hopeful that, and we're about to make an announcement on this in a few short weeks about some really, I think, groundbreaking things around dual enrollment opportunities. There's no reason that a student couldn't meet graduation requirements by enrolling in college-level courses. It doesn't mean they have to be physically receiving that credit from a school district. And also, I think, and this is a concern of mine, but we need to be careful around the whole issue of increasing graduation credits. I believe strongly that we need to make sure that, say we increase math credits, that if indeed that is the case, that somehow we be more concerned about not having calculus 2, but maybe ways for students to learn math through application, and through engagement and hands-on learning too. There's nothing sacrosanct about any common course area that has to be right within that's content subject matter. I think that's really critical. We really need. I've always felt that the way to do well at a high school level is to engage students, and the last thing we need to do to engage students is more set and get. And so we really need to make sure that we offer the widest opportunities for students, lots of hands-on opportunity. The graduation rate, use an example, graduation rate of students in career and technical education programs in Wisconsin far exceed our statewide rate. So we need to find ways to engage the Common Core standards in all subject areas. And one more for the road here. Yes, sir.
Kind of going back to the effective educator, the evaluation with the principals and the teachers that's coming. When I first heard it was coming, one of the first things I'd like to do is start trying to see what's out there to start getting a better understanding of, get a better understanding of what my expectations, are and what's going to be expected of myself. I guess I'm trying to figure out, is there anything like out there on the DPI website or something you guys are going to put out for administrators that they can start, looking into and reading? One of the things I did, I started reading Charlotte Danielson's teaching framework because I've seen that all over the place. So I'm trying to get a greater understanding of that. But is there some additional trainings or DPI podcasts or anything that's going to be coming out that we can start looking into to get better understanding?
Yeah, we have information on our website. We're working with several of our school districts around the state as far as piloting some things, and once we this is an ongoing process. We need to make sure that we get it right before we start moving down the road with complete implementation. But the website is at the DPL website really has some good basic information on this topic. So, well, thanks a lot. I appreciate your time and effort on behalf of the kids of our state, and have a great conference.
I think we'll get underway. The title of this panel discussion is What Can Madison Do? Politics, Policy, Funding, and Raising the Bar. We have 4 panelists with us today. Let me introduce them to you. And I'll start on my far left, on your right. We're looking at, as I look down the table here, State Representative Steve Castell is a Republican from Elkhart Lake and chairman of the Assembly Education Committee. Representative, thanks for being with us today. Seated next to, that's nice, thank you. Seated next to the representative is Pat Greco. She is superintendent of the Menominee Falls School District. Superintendent, good to have you here today. Many of you know the gentleman seated next to Superintendent Greco. Greg Thornton is superintendent of the Milwaukee Public Schools. Good to see you again, Superintendent. And some of you may have noticed on our program that Representative Jason Fields was scheduled to be with us. He had a family emergency that caused him to not be able to join us today. And we do appreciate State Senator Chris Larson of Milwaukee, Democrat, member of the Senate Education Committee. We appreciate you coming to join us on short notice. Thanks very much, Senator. Well, we see this next hour as a conversation. We're going to talk about what Madison can do or shouldn't do to help public schools and to help us meet this goal of raising not only standards but raising success rates for students in the state of Wisconsin. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to give each of these folks about 3 minutes or so to give us their perspective on this. And I'm going to begin with the educators. And I'll start with Superintendent Thornton, I guess, first, and then we'll go down to Superintendent Greco. Is that okay with you?
That's wonderful.
Well, let's talk about it from your perspective. What could Madison do to help you? What do you expect from Madison? What would you like to see from Madison? Or what would you not like to see from Madison?
I'll be taking notes.
Be nice.
Chris is taking notes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so very much for being here to talk about something that's, I think, near and dear to all of us as a community, as a state, as a world issue. As I look forward to what Madison can do, I think we got to take a real strong look at what we can do locally. I mean, there's a perception that the education reforms actually happen kind of out and actually push in. I'm of the belief that they actually happen locally and push out. So part of the work for me in working with Madison is building that kind of relationship that allows us that incubation time, that allows us the insulation to do some of the things that I think locally we know what to do. Certainly there's the issue around money. I mean, you know, we're talking about reforming, re-engineering, rethinking education. I mean, probably the biggest reform in my entire career, and I have a long career if you take a look at the gray hair on my head, that it's going to take some funding. And Dr. Evers alluded to the fact that, you know, he actually proposed a funding formula last year, which I thought had really strong legs, good bones that could potentially provide really strong supports for all school districts across Wisconsin. I think that's important. The other thing for Madison is to really begin to play in the national game. We face a major challenge in America with respect to the Recertification of Elementary Secondary Education Act. I really would love to see Madison more active in that conversation, helping shaping the legislators that certainly set the parameters for what that potentially could look like. Madison has been a partner. When you say Madison, I'm going to proceed. Some days the partnership's a little better than others, and some days it's not. But I believe they can be partners and begin to re-engineer communities in such that we can begin to involve more folks as stakeholders. Our business community, I think Madison could play a part in helping shape that and what that could potentially look like as a state and city system. So at the end of the day, I think there's room for improvement, but I got to acknowledge the fact that, you know, we're in tight economic times. And at the end of the day, as we begin to work with our children, we got to think in terms, because for a long time I thought children were as families. How do we begin to, Madison can help us reshape and re-engineer our families to position them to be able to certainly support our educational initiatives. So as we move forward, I think there's plenty of opportunity. I know there's plenty of discussion. And that, I will be honest, there have been days I felt a lot of support, and there have been days I haven't. So I think there's certainly space and room to do so.
Superintendent Greco, a few remarks from you on this subject.
First, I just want to thank everybody for hosting the forum who were responsible for this. I've been in education for 30 years. I would have gray, but I control it. Because I can. I married an Italian, but I'm half Irish, so part of my passion for education is actually what's put me on the panel. I've been in nearly half of the state committees since the early 80s when my career started. I've participated in weeks of assessment training at Alverno. I've participated with UW-Madison on the portfolio access on how do we bridge the standards into moving beyond just typical grading standards. We know what we need to do. The question is, do we have the will as a state and as a nation to take the steps to get there? Our program standards are from the mid-'80s. I'm not hearing anyone legislatively talking about opening the hard conversation of if we were redesigning the program standards today, would we design them absent foreign language, absent really integrated models of technology, and would we have the same cultural commitment to the areas that we currently have defined within our standards? Those are really hard conversations. And while I agree with Greg wholeheartedly, your change eminently has to come from within. We can't do this district by district in the state of Wisconsin. The media will pull apart a 5-minute time change to the start of school. Singapore is investing 100 hours of adult development in every teacher they have every single school year. Most of the districts in the state of Wisconsin have fewer than 900 children and don't have 14 hours of adult development. These are deep theoretical changes, and the post-secondary connection, the K-12 connection, we're still debating in the state of Wisconsin whether early childhood education matters, whereas China has kids lined up for preschools at the age of 2. So we can do this. We have all of the knowledge and ability. Quite frankly, I'm 51 years old. We've been talking about common assessment since 1994 and data management systems that can actually help systems really have formative access to data. I want to see it in my career. Now, granted, with where the retirement system is going, I will be working for a really long time. And I'm good with that. But the reality of it is we know what has to be done. I'm not confident right now we have the full will to work at it both sides of the aisle with the business community in the way that Singapore and Hong Kong and China has done. I spent 10 days in China visiting 6 schools. It's fundamentally different in how they pull their communities together. I hope we see that within our state and our nation.
Representative, I'll give you a chance to a few words. And from the perspective of someone who works at the Capitol and hears educators, but also hears taxpayers, give us your sense of what you think the role of a state can be in raising standards, raising success rates.
Well, thank you. I think, first of all, we need to get past this constant or long-term discussion we've had about whether it's local control, state control, is it Madison doing it to us, or who gets to make those decisions. One of the first and best lessons I learned as a school board member over 30 years ago was that if you make your decisions based on what's best for kids, if you make kids a priority every time you're asking the question, what should we do, all those other things kind of fall to the side and become less important. We can throw out a couple of examples that we could use as a model from very recent history on how we can go forward. We all recognize that we wanted to do better with early reading scores, and we wanted to improve reading proficiency in the state of Wisconsin. So the answer to that was not for people in Madison to say, aha, we have this magic formula and we'll wave a wand and everything will be okay. Rather, the answer was to bring smart people who knew what's going on in the classroom and who know what's going on in our schools of education together and make suggestions. And what I'm talking about there is the result of the Read to Lead effort, which was co-chaired by Superintendent Evers and Governor Walker, with all different kinds of folks at the table saying, what can we find as the best way to improve reading scores for elementary kids? We can do that in a lot of different ways. The folks in Madison, frankly, aren't going to be in the classroom teaching kids. And so we really have to rely on great teachers to be able to do that. And there's going to be a role for everybody to play. If we stay focused and keep as our main focus what's going to be best for kids, we'll find an easy way to get there. Madison's main role, obviously, is going to be to set the bar and provide leadership. And we probably have not done that as well as we could have in recent years. Not that there weren't good intentions, but the bar probably has not been set high enough. Leadership has probably not been clear enough. I think we have great examples. We heard some this morning from Dr. Driscoll about what's been done in Massachusetts and elsewhere. And we can steal great ideas, and we can come up with our own where that's the best course. But I don't see any insurmountable challenges that we face. Thank you.
Senator Larson, a few minutes from you on this subject.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone for being here. I didn't realize family obligations was an excuse. I just had my first child 2 weeks ago, and so yeah. So actually, transferring that, I appreciate everybody's passion for education. This took on a new life for me because all of a sudden now I'm going to try and make sure we fix MPS and fix education before Atticus gets to be in school. So it's good to know that there's so many years on this panel and so many years in this room that we can finally get that done over the next few years. Being on the Education Committee in the Senate and seeing what's happened over the last year has been slightly disheartening. Seeing the opportunities that have been presented to us and then seeing what's ended up happening at the end of it. Over the last decade, we've seen drastic cuts to education, so it's been a bipartisan problem where we've seen this downward ratchet of the funds that are going to education, but this last year really took the cake, where we saw over $1 billion cut to our education system. And at the same time, the priorities shifted. And so what we need to do is make sure that education is a priority from the state. It's not just a matter of saying we need to have higher standards, not just a matter of saying these teachers need to be doing more with less, and then at the same time giving them less resources. I mean, to use an analogy, it'd be that it's not a gift to take something away year after year and then expect something more out of them, much less a decade. So budgets are priorities. And what we saw this last year when the budget came out was that $1 billion was cut from education, already taking us back, but at the same time, $1 billion went into new roads, interstate construction. And I don't know many parents out there who said, well, I'm willing to sacrifice my child's education so long as I can get upstate faster. And so education should be the baseline priority of where we end up building from. And this isn't just parents, this isn't just teachers, this isn't just school districts, but this is everybody that you talk to. Business leaders throughout the state say the number one thing that they need is an educated workforce, of making sure that workers have the basic soft skills, the basic education to know how to do the job. And if we're sacrificing that now, you can't gain that back. So I'm very disheartened, and based on the survey results from DPI of what we've seen, I mean, 2/3 of the school districts expecting even greater cuts next year. So not only are we seeing a rollback, we're seeing people almost expecting that that's going to happen again. So we need to make sure that people know that whatever the baseline is, it's going to be there year after year, so that they're not wondering what's the next shoe to drop. And I could talk more, but I'd like to make it more of a discussion, particularly of making sure that we're attracting, another priority I should say is making sure that teachers, that we're attracting the best teachers and making sure that they're rewarded for additional education, additional time that they're putting into their profession, so that they are not finding themselves trying to step away from it because they don't have clear expectations that their profession is going to be honored, that their profession is not going to be appreciated in the future.
Senator, thank you. What I'd like to do is, as you suggest, turn this into a conversation with the four of you. Feel free to jump in when you hear something that you'd like to respond to or add to, whatever, that's great. We'll do this for a few minutes, and then we'll also take some questions from you, and we'd like to engage the audience for part of this hour. I'd like to go back to Dr. Thornton and Dr. Greco and talk a little bit about specifically when you talk about a partnership with Madison. What would you like to have, Superintendent Thornton, from Madison? When you describe that partnership, give me your best sense of what they could be doing, the folks in Madison, to make a difference in your school district.
Well, we're talking about re-engineering the school districts around the nation. And let's take, for example, pick up on what Chris shared. This year I was about $86 million down, resulting in 1,000 full-time equivalent less positions in the system. And as a result of that, we've lost significant, I would say, capacity for change. One of the things would be very helpful if we could begin to build funding formulas that were certainly sustainable. I think sustainable is the issue. One of the challenges we face is that we do a great job with episodic leadership, and what happens after a period of time, those opportunities go away. So our children, families, and school districts need to have organizational structures in which allow those initiatives to be sustainable. The big challenge, or the big asset that I think would come out of Madison for me is certainly around really good accountability measures that are measures for everyone. You can't have a network of schools, and that's the buzzword we're all using right now around networks, that basically has different expectations, different goals for young people. I'm a strong proponent of choice, but I'm a proponent of great choices, and we're not going to have great choices. We got to create the legislation that allows those opportunities to go away as we've allowed those opportunities to come to bear. So for me, that's certainly a big piece. And then for Madison to help us certainly around a national agenda so we can be part of a national conversation and not so much to follow but to lead. We're right now spending a considerable amount of time around teacher evaluation, principal evaluation, and what you have is a number of school districts around Wisconsin, everybody doing their own thing. What Madison creates is an opportunity for that conversation to be holistic and design, which allows us the opportunity to learn from each other and actually position us, I think, to be competitive nationally. And I'll let Dr. Greger, you can take some, but there are a number of opportunities. But, you know, legislators, and I'll just say, and I go back to the business community, because we got to figure out a way, and I think Madison can certainly be influential in helping us shape and involve our business community. There are communities that basically, take for example the Common Core, who've embraced that. They've embraced it in their culture, they've embraced it in their work practice, they've embraced it in the work in which they work with young people. We need that kind of thinking, that kind of leadership, because that leadership not only brings that framework of thinking, but also brings some resources that allow some of these things to take place. Failure to do so, the Common Core will be like No Child Left Behind 10 years from now. It will go away. It has to have the insulation, it has to have the support that's necessary. I see the business community as a vital part of that. It's very similar to what GE is doing here in Milwaukee, for Milwaukee Public Schools, as one of the partners, and there are 7 partner schools around the country to support Common Core.
Dr. Greco?
I think as we look into the difference between the model academic standards and the Common Core, the part that's hopeful is they give a deeper analysis by grade level. Part of what I'm hoping we can do with Madison, and I'm broaden it past the legislature, but also to the university. We have a major research center within Madison, and we have a hard time connecting our practice, unlike healthcare, which actually, when the SARS epidemic was happening across the world, they pulled together their best minds to try to figure out how to improve practice. We talk about education as if it's Menominee Falls, Milwaukee, West Bend, Elmbrook, as if they're individual sites for practice that have to organize it and figure it out. That's not how our practice should be. So what I'm looking for as a practice is to have a deep understanding of, within the benchmark districts across the nation, who is closing the gap and making sure that children of handicapped needs can transition effectively into the workforce. Who does have the best handle on building the framework for early literacy, and at what time does that early literacy start? We'll benchmark, and we can do it. We have really bright people who are really committed to making a difference. We have to move beyond the discussion of raising the bar just being about the test to raising the bar about how we behave between our business communities, our educational leaders, our universities of practice. And it can't be by chance. It should be equally accessible to Bloomer as it is to Madison Public Schools. And we don't think about practice that way. Even when we talk about increasing the math academic standards, we talk about it as another credit hour. We talk about that as if it's going to change practice. It hasn't. It won't. The reality of it is early learning has to start at 3 years of age, and it has to have deep levels of thinking and analysis. It's what Singapore, China, I visited a classroom in China. I was in the audience just like you. There was enough space for 60 children, a chalkboard, and a teacher. Every Friday afternoon, the government actually comes in and meets with the faculty to actually deepen their conversations about their practice, not saying, here's the Common Core standards, go forth and organize it, which takes a yeoman's job to actually break that apart and build the assessments. And yet we all teach geometry. Why in the world are we doing it this way? Is that how cancer research is done? Individually, they try to figure out how to benchmark the practice and do it separately as a field. There's nothing about the learning model that says this makes sense. But we'll do it again and again and again until we have the will to say it has to look differently than this. So.
Feel free to jump into this conversation.
Before we move on,
Come down.
education is a shared responsibility by all. And certainly the conversation today is about medicine, but it's much broader than medicine. There has to be a sense of shared responsibility as well as a sense of shared accountability for it. And as we talk about our universities, that's a place in which we got to rethink. I mean, what's happening now, I'm actually taking folks out of the university and putting and retraining, going through staff development for the things that they actually were supposed to be learning in school. So we got to rethink that one. We have to rethink the whole notion around corporate support and all those kinds of things. So as we move forward, it's got to be wider than just school people, medicine. Education's everybody's business. And failure to be inclusive in those practices. I mean, I look around the room, and, you know, a lot of organizations are represented here. And, you know, some of those organizations I don't see unless I'm in a venue similar to this. It's everybody's business. We've got to figure out a place in which there's room and space for all of us to have a really focused conversation and support. The conversation's great, but what I lack, what I don't see, is a lot of action that follows the conversation. I mean, a meeting like this is really great, and everybody leaves feeling pretty good, but at the end of the day, everybody goes their separate ways, and that's it. So we got to think about how do we sustain. We talk about China, and China's a great place. I visited too. Love the silk market. You know, it doesn't look like it, but at the end of the day, they're lined up at 3 years old, but 10-year-old, they're gone. I mean, 10th grade, they're gone. They're not in the system. So we got to basically keep realistic expectations. And how do you manage the acceleration of change? Because each district, even though we're one state, this is a very different state. We talk about 80,000 kids. 83% of our children in Milwaukee are living in poverty. Several thousand children that are homeless. And I'm going to suggest that one size won't fit all. And we got to create accommodations within our state that has elasticity that can basically bend and move based on the needs of individual schools. I believe there's some collective work. But I'm going to go back and suggest that if medicine could actually, or whoever, could actually help us figure out what kids need to be able to know that's competitive globally, I believe the wherefore is within local districts and local consortiums and CISAs around the country, around the state can actually get us there.
Representative, you wanted to get in on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been hearing a lot of things I like to hear. You know, the idea of taking a step back, rethinking how we're doing things, the importance of community. And what keeps bouncing around in my head is that we have fairly few tools to use to make all that happen. We do have tools though, and earlier we were talking about, you know, we're going to set the bar higher. We're going to have great expectations and hold people accountable. That too doesn't really happen. It doesn't mean anything unless somehow learning improves. We have very few really good tools to make that happen. We can't wait until someone's in high school and say, gee, you're not proficient. That doesn't work. And I'm building up to something here. I became a convert to early childhood education probably over a period of time, but within 10 years ago I was sold. And the reason I was sold on early childhood education, let me qualify that, quality early childhood education, is because it's one of those very few tools we have available that can really make a difference. And not just in a difference in how that child might learn or blossom or have greater opportunities, but it can make a big difference in families and how parents view education and how communities get involved in education. The folks who designed our 4-year-old kindergarten program some years ago were, I've said this before, they were both genius and incredibly naive. They were genius because they recognized, first of all, the importance of early childhood education and funded it very well. In Wisconsin, we have one of the best funded, widely utilized 4K programs in the country. And we've kind of been way ahead of the pack on that. And the ingenious thing about it was funded to a level that it would actually create an incentive for people to start 4K programs. And then, if that wasn't enough, if you committed to doing an outreach, a parental outreach program, or what I call a wraparound program, you got more money. Well, of course, everybody says they're doing that. And the reason it was genius to encourage that is because you have an opportunity, a rare, rare opportunity when the family is young and kids are beginning their learning adventure to pull the parents in and give them an opportunity to learn how important their role is and how vital their involvement in the school is, to pull them into the school and make them feel welcome there so that they become lifelong supporters of that school, and it builds community and all of that. The problem we have is that, I mentioned earlier, every school says they're doing the wraparound so they can get the extra funding. Some are doing it very well, and some are doing the bare minimum and kind of mailing it in. I can't think of any area where there's greater lost opportunity than 4K programs that are being mailed in, or 4K programs where we have very large class sizes. Because remember, the funding is there, an abundance of funding specifically for that purpose, to do it right. And if we don't use that opportunity, you can never get it back. So we're at the point where we have over 85% of our 4-year-olds attending 4K. You know, when we get that down pat, let's start talking seriously about 3K. But let's get it right. And I think here the state can help by not only providing guidance and leadership on how to do it. I think there's some cases where districts just don't know the right way to do that outreach program. And there are other cases where if nobody's going to check, if nobody's going to even ask questions, we can mail it in. We have to get that right, because otherwise everything after that point is much, much harder.
Senator, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're being the state that had the first in the nation to have kindergarten. We should, I agree with the representative that we should make sure that it's a priority and we should perfect it. But the reason, I mean, it's not just a matter of that the students are trying to learn, of trying to make sure that they can read early on, and we're giving education early on. As Dr. Thornton alluded to, there's more problems of where these students are coming from, where these children are coming from. And if they are coming into a situation where they are in poverty, where they're coming and they don't have basic needs met by their parents, if they don't have food and we're supplying childhood lunches, it becomes that much more difficult, where just learning to read is not the first thing on their minds. It's whether they're going to get food. Childhood lunch was a project, I just learned this, was a program initiated by the Department of Defense, not the Department of Education. And the reason is they were finding that recruits were, they weren't learning as well, and they were malnourished younger, and so they realized, well, if we have early childhood, making sure that we're prioritizing lunches in the schools, well, we're going to have better recruits. And I learned that because of a friend who worked for Paul Wellstone, who was trying to reinitiate this a few years back, to make sure that this was a priority at the national level. But if we assume that all other needs are met when a student walks into a classroom, we're already starting a few steps behind. Yes, we agree that we should prioritize early childhood education, and I voted for, and I'm glad that we moved forward of making sure that we're identifying students early on to make sure that they are coming up to the standards so that they can read by the 3rd grade. But if we're not looking at everything else in that situation of making sure that they have other needs met, I mean, we're just fooling ourselves. And that includes, again, funding for those programs. And that includes making sure that we're listening to those local school districts when they're asking for those resources, instead of demonizing them when they are not hitting those standards.
Superintendent Thornton.
Just a couple things. You know, everyone talks about three-year-old programs, and they're wonderful. I believe fundamentally that the research is there, and even my own children have had the opportunity to participate in quality early childhood experiences. But the reality, we all say it, but we don't support it. It's not funded. I mean, at the end of the day, I would say, I share with you today, our three-year-old programs, which I think is one of the best in the state, it's in jeopardy of being able to actually continue. You know, I would much rather get rid of ninth grade, you know, but at the end of the day, I mean, I can tell you, 10th is eighth, 6th is a quick second. I mean, there's some places I could certainly go, but it's reality. Our rhetoric has to match our actions, and many times our rhetoric doesn't match our actions. You know, and you know, I'm new. You all know I'm relatively new, and the tool belt theory it's a good theory. I came in and they told me I had tools. Well, I'm just wanting to go on record. I don't have the right tools. I mean, right now, you know, I don't need the stuff to, you know, to tear down. I need to begin to build. And if I'm going to build, you can't do that with less. Mm-hmm. And as I went into this budget process, it was beyond my belief that I would find myself positioned with $80 million less than what I had, which is back to 2004 type of budgetary supports. You can't do both things. You can't build and tear down at the same time. I mean, there's certainly some efficiencies that we can certainly get, and we're getting those efficiencies as an organization. Save the $1 billion. Board saved $1 billion in health care costs. They re-engineered buildings. They're doing all those kinds of things that are necessary. There comes a point when we begin to look at many of our analogies, such as cancer. If you take a look at the investment that's been made in cancer over the last 30 years, and you take a look at the investment that's been made in education, I don't think they balance out. So as we go through, I had like 4 things I needed for Madison. The 5th thing is I need some new tools. Because the tools in my box, I don't know about the rest of the superintendents, they're not creating, they don't have what it takes for me to do the things that I think are necessary.
Superintendent Greco, I'm going to give you just a couple of moments on this topic, and then I'd like to ask one final question. We'll take questions from the audience. Superintendent?
I think my colleagues have actually highlighted, we know from a programming standpoint, parents want the very best education for their children. So do the educators, and so do the business leaders within the community. Part of what we have to figure out is, from a strategic standpoint, how do we do that to scale? And how do we partner the regional labs, the universities, the local community to make sure that, yes, as Greg is highlighting, when we're pulling 21-year-olds into the profession, for those of us who actually can hire, that they're ready for the field, and where do we send our staff members to work together on the very best practice. As was highlighted by Dr. Driscoll earlier, Singapore stole, figuratively, the best math programming and theoretical framework, and it became Singapore math, right? Where in Wisconsin do I send my math instructors to get that depth of thinking and skills over a period of time? I can't even send them for a math master's degree while they're working full-time because the programs are only offered during the day. Now, let's get concrete sequential on how do we actually pull the bodies together to say it's of value, we know what we have to do, we need an aligned curriculum, we need assessments that actually measure it, we need it by grade level, we need the data mechanisms to actually get the short cycle feedback, and we need the skills to get into deeper thinking and not just about activities and what do I put in the grade book. That's what we have to do. We spend as much, and this goes to both sides of the aisle, we spend as much as 90% of the countries worldwide that are performing higher than us. We don't focus. That's our problem. We don't want to look at the original standards because we know we value it, but as a culture, we have to figure out if our kids are going to be internationally competitive, what's core? What's the real core? What's the base? And then how do we support those other things that we value, but it doesn't push class sizes up to 33 in a math class? Mm-hmm. We've got to figure this out. We know what we have to do, and we've got to be able to do it together. because we're creating civil wars within communities when a roof has to be weighed over the class size in 4K. And both sides of the aisle own this, because the revenue limits went in 93, and they were talked about as a 3 to 5 year fix. And my child is 21 years old, and her entire educational career was under the revenue limits. Both sides of the aisle own this, and it's not about Act 10. It's about our priorities. It's about our will to make hard decisions. It's about how we invest in what's strategically going to get this state and this country competitive internationally. Some of the conversations are too hot, and politically people are more focused about re-election, about what the media says locally, about who's going to show up at the annual meeting, right? That's not what Canada and Finland and Singapore, so you know what? If we're going to internationally benchmark, let's do it. But let's do it for the whole context, not just the test.
Let me ask one final question, then we'll take several questions from the audience. You know, we all listened to Dr. Driscoll in his presentation talk about the fact that in the state of Massachusetts, where there were new tests and there were new levels of achievement, that everybody got together. Everybody was on the same page. The business community, in fact, in many respects, some of this originated with the business community in Massachusetts. Everybody was on the same page. I think that's a question for Wisconsin. Are we all on the same page? Do we have the ability to be on the same page? Very briefly, are you optimistic we can do what's necessary to achieve what everybody wants? I'll start with Senator Larson.
I would say, unfortunately, not. We aren't on the same page. I think that there's obviously everybody wants to see results, but at the same time, we're restricting the way that we're getting to that. We saw, and I was witness to this on the Education Committee, where we had both the Assembly and the Senate getting together, where we were going to talk about accountability and transparency throughout our public education system. And things were moving forward. There was a call by the governor last year to do this. As early as this year, in his State of the State, he said we're going to have accountability and transparency for all public schools, including voucher schools. It moved forward, and then at a certain point, the voucher component dropped out of it without explanation. And so there was supposed to be accountability and transparency for everyone except for the group where there hasn't been since I was 9 years old. And I asked at the time, the chair of both committees, when are we going to get to that? When are we going to get to the point where there's an equal set of standards that we're all playing by, public schools and voucher schools? And because when I was 9 years old, they said we're going to get to it. I'm 31, and I'm still waiting. We're still waiting for that. And if we are not on the same page with that, and we're picking winners and losers, and at the same time, Dr. Thornton has to prioritize voucher schools whether they're performing or not, we know from the stats that came out that graduation levels went up throughout the state, but we have no clue if they went up in the voucher schools because they didn't have to report. I would also say that our teachers have almost been bastardized over the last year of receiving the blunt of having to carry the budget, and at the same time local school districts can't prioritize how they're going to make sure they have strong educators in there. And from even just the educator's standpoint, I have a friend that I share a garden with. She just got her first teaching job out of school, and we're talking about, okay, what's your summer look like? When are you going to find out if you're going to be working next year? And she said, well, a week before the school starts. How are we going to find? It's not that we're producing widgets in the education system. How are we going to make sure we're attracting the best educators if they're expected to wait until a week before the school year starts to prioritize what they're going to actually do or plan that way? The smartest person in that profession would end up finding someplace else to work so that they're secure.
Representative Costello, I figure it makes sense to go to you next on this. Yeah.
I think we can get on the same page. I don't think we're there right now because we've got these obvious divides that are going on. I don't think it's necessary when it comes to education. If we could stop trying the petty practice of trying to score points or, take a jab here or there, and just focus on what it is that, given the resources that we have, what we can do as a state with a common interest in kids, it gets much, much easier. I know I mentioned earlier that I began as a school board member back in 81 or so, and served for a long time as a school board member, and I've been involved in education issues at the state level now for about 14 years. In every one of those years over that time, the conversation about funding has been about the same. Not enough, right? That I could pull headlines from 1981 and compare them to today. They don't vary very much. We're always going to have a limited resource. We seldom get around to recognizing how fortunate we are when we compare ourselves with in almost any measure, with spending internationally per student, spending across the country per student, especially when compared per capita. There's a pretty big resource available. And if we can stop bickering over that, we're recognizing that we're going to never have an unlimited windfall. We're always going to be working with limited resources because it's a finite kind of thing. And simply focus on what might benefit kids. The research doesn't vary that much. If it's coming out, depending on where it's coming from, it all kind of converges. 10 years ago, when we were talking about early child education earlier, 10 years ago there wasn't much good research to support early childhood education. That's changed. There are volumes of reports coming out that tell us early childhood education is a good investment. And it's just tons of it. You could go from one report to the next and get the same answers. So, I mean, set the other stuff aside and look at what's best, and we can do it. And that's where the focus has to be.
I'm just going to jump in because I want to get a quick comment from both the superintendents here. Real quickly, are you optimistic that we can all get on the same page in order to meet these goals?
I believe we can if we truly are focused on comparing our student performance to where we want our nation to be and where we want our international comparisons to be, if that's the focus. If the focus stays on the polarization politically right now, then I don't believe the conversations are actually going to be advanced in a significant way.
Superintendent Thornton.
There are days, certainly, I think there's some commonality in the page in which we're on. And then there's certainly some days in which I don't know if we're in the same book. We're in certainly different places. Can we? The answer is yes. Will we? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, do we have the capacity, intellectual horsepower, all those things that are necessary to do this work? When I look around this room, can we? Sure we can. However, I'm going to go back to your words. I don't believe there's a political will or political courage to do so. I mean, we can't negate the fact that education has now become a $600 billion industry. I mean, in many ways, we have rethought this whole delivery system. And I'm not saying it's bad, it's not saying it's good, but when you begin to involve money into situations where potentially you have winners and losers, it becomes very difficult to do what's good for for everybody. So can we? Yes, we can. It's my belief based on a very short period of time. I don't have 19, I mean, all of you have many more years, but as a newcomer to the crowd, I don't believe there's a will and courage in the state to make the hard decisions that need to be made to allow us to do what many of the places we know. Charlotte, North Carolina, reorganized. Austin, Texas, reorganized. I mean, even look at the work that's going on in D.C. Actually, D.C. actually adopted Massachusetts standards and the work that's going on. But that's a collective action. We presently right now have a major challenge. I think it's political. I think it will continue to be political, and many people think what's going to happen in the next few days is going to make a major difference. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I would say based on my last 2 years, it really won't. Kids are not first in Wisconsin. Families are not first in Wisconsin. Until that happens, you will see minimal change. We will dance around the edges. We will do the two-step that someone mentioned. If you do, but I'm going to suggest we may go 2 forward and maybe 3 back. I don't know how you expect different outcomes without different inputs, different design, and as a result of that, I don't have the level of optimism, and I'm fearful, not for me. I mean, it's for families, it's for children, it's for our future. Every young person I talk to, we're in the graduation season, and what they're telling me, where are you going to school next year? Where are you going to live? And they're trying to get as far away from Wisconsin as they can get. You know, I said once to an executive at Harley, and I'll make this brief, and he was sitting there, he was talking about, he was getting ready to make a decision around whether they were going to do some union work and all that kind of stuff. And he said to me, Greg, he said, you know, if this thing doesn't come the way it's going to come, I'm going to put some trucks in here, and I'm going to maybe think about relocating. I walked away that day wondering where could I get the number of a bus company, because I wanted to put my kids on a bus and take them somewhere where I thought they could be supported, loved, and hopefully given the opportunities that I think they so richly deserve. This is our mess. It's not the children. However, we're cashing it on the back of kids.
Let me Let me just take 1 or 2 questions here in our remaining time. Well, we got you earlier. I'm going to try and get somebody we haven't gotten to. Yes, question in the back, please. And keep it concise if you could, please.
Okay, this is for everyone, but mostly for the superintendents. In the whole talk about what Madison can do, what would you like Madison to do? What action or legislation not directly related to the school and education what could they do that you think would have the biggest impact on students' achievement? You said it was more than just what happens when they're in the classroom. It's more than just what's going on. Somebody mentioned the Department of Defense and, food. What can they do outside of teachers and administration to improve schools?
Anybody want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I think what I would start with, and again, I'm going to point back to our program standards. When I started my career as a principal and instruction, we actually used to get audited on the 20 standards. The challenge is those program standards have not been re-examined, and we're actually designing programming on top of program standards. And if I have to call DPI one more time to argue how the minutes of recess count or don't count into the year, I'm really not kidding, it's maddening. And this isn't a negative statement about the department. What Madison needs to do is actually reopen the design and not layer it on top. We have to take a look at, we value co-curriculars and extracurriculars. We value it. It should be part of a child's experience going through school, but it should go directly into Fund 80. And it should be community supported, and it should not be pressured against class size and enrollment. And if I hear one more educator saying we're no longer doing adult development because it's the easy thing to cut, we're done with the conversation, because there's not a part of our practice in this learning organization that's going to improve unless the adults learn how to change their practice. And we have to do it in a way, from an equitability standpoint, that it doesn't take somebody who has spent 30 years doing research specifically on instruction, hunting down who has the best information on benchmarking, and then doing it in 426 school districts across the state, when most of the districts don't have that type of resource or capacity. Will Menominee Falls School District improve? You bet they will. We had a 45-member team with WCTC, MSOA, the business community. Our children will have the best opportunity our leadership team can figure out. But you know what? 4 years from now, if the board flips and they run only on low taxes, that whole conversation changes. It has in my career. It is happening in other states across, other districts across this nation. It's not healthy practice, and it's not in the best interest of either party, our business community, or our families. And we don't have the conversations out loud. Do I value the arts? You bet. Do I want class sizes small, and do I want to teach elementary foreign language? Of course I do, because every other country we're being compared with, the kids will graduate fluent in 3 languages. 3. They don't have it in 7th and 8th grade in order to get into Madison. Well, let's have the real conversations, and let's change the practice. But let's do it while I'm still alive, because I really want to see it.
I was going to take another question, but I'm looking. But I'm looking at the clock, and it.
Mike,
yeah.
just a quick.
Sure.
We have to legislate for success.
Okay.
And many of the pieces of legislation that I've seen are not inclusive. I mean, the rhetoric says one thing, and the legislative agenda says something else. So as we move forward and beginning to think about where do we go, the legislative agenda can certainly be prescriptive and create the insulation and space that's going to take to do this work. One of the challenges that we just talked about, Pat talked about, was the fact that, you know, this whole regression with respect to local governance and things of that nature. One thing Madison can do is begin to create some insulation in space. This is not going to turn around on a dime. If there's an expectation that it will, it's not. So one of the ways in which I think Madison can be very helpful in helping to set and manage the acceleration of change and what that process looks like legislatively. Because we've legislated some things that I didn't think was possible to legislate, you know, in Wisconsin. But we've done so. So I would love to see if we're going to be in it that much, then let's legislate for success. Let's legislate for families. Let's legislate for children. Let's legislate for health care. The parameters, what I call critical success factors, that go into the total well-being of young people.
Let me do this because both of you came. I'll give you 30 seconds each, and then I've got to bring it to an end. So down here, Representative.
Well,
and really, at 30 seconds is all I can do.
You know, I don't think it should be about what Madison does or what individual school districts do, but rather what Wisconsin does going forward. And it really needs to be a much better conversation. The idea that a bunch of legislators are going to sit in a room and come up with a solution to anything, trust me, that's not a good way to go. But this conversation today could be a beginning of the next conversation and a continued dialogue about the best way forward, and that's what I'd like to encourage.
All right, and Senator Larson, your final 30 seconds. Really?
I would just say for everybody who's passionate about education in the room and everyone who's taken the day to be here, pay attention to what's going on in Madison and speak up when it doesn't agree with what you believe we should be doing with education. A lot of us, we could go around the room and everyone's going to have a different opinion about how things should be done. But in reality, legislators and superintendents were not independent. I have 160,000 bosses that I have to listen to, and you'd be surprised how many people mute their voice. So speak up, let us know what you're thinking, let your legislators know what you're thinking, because we can't act if we don't hear the answers from you.
Senator Larson, thank you. Superintendent Thornton, thank you. Superintendent Greco, thank you. Representative Castell, we appreciate your time today. Thanks for your attention.
Frankly, maybe I have an odd sense of fun, but I thought that session was fun. I thought there was some real feeling there and some really good thoughts, and from Dr. Driscoll to Superintendent Evers to that panel, I thought was really good. But it's really about classrooms and teachers and kids, isn't it, right? And the four people we have here are all people who have, I think, strong hands-on grasp of teaching and teachers and trends. So if the question is, how do we get more of our children, whether it's Milwaukee, whether it's statewide, for that matter nationwide, up to this higher level that we are going to use as our measuring stick in Wisconsin when it comes to saying a child is proficient, I think you got to ask the people who know what's going on in the classrooms. And briefly introducing, I think I'll start at the far end of the table. Jim Rickabaugh is, I think, best known still in many people as the retired superintendent of Whitefish Bay. He's been working the last few years for CISA 1, is the lead author of what is actually a very interesting document that they produced a couple years ago called Transforming Public Education, a Regional Call to Action. He is the director of the Institute at CISA 1, that is the correct name. And in his extensive background, he was the superintendent of the year not only in Wisconsin, but in Minnesota. So for those of you who can't tell the difference, if you're from out east perhaps, between Wisconsin and Minnesota, he answers to both.
That's right.
To his right and your left, Mark Ketterhagen was a teacher, was the vice principal at Messmer High School, is working now as a school leadership coach for Schools That Can Milwaukee, a group that I think is building a really strong record of working with schools in all the streams of Milwaukee education, voucher charter and MPS. And he is also the person who's working with that organization the most on how to gear programs to meeting the new NAEP standards. Dean Bill Hank is the Dean of the College of Education at Marquette since 2004. Got the date right? Pretty sure I do. I was actually reading up on this.
Oh, believe me, that's right.
Previously was the chair of the Department of Curriculum and Instruction at Southern Illinois University and has a strong background in reading and literacy instruction, is, I think, fair to say, a nationally recognized expert on those subjects. And perhaps, in my opinion, the most important person on the panel is Joni Marquillo, is a 27-year MPS teacher, all of that career at Our Avenue School, which is at 23rd and Our, which is to say in the heart of the north side of Milwaukee. Was a math specialist, was a math lead teacher when MPS had such things, and is now back teaching a split third and fourth grade classroom with 35 kids. We're going to start at this end of the table, I think, and the question, each of you will have several minutes here. From the classroom standpoint, from a teacher's standpoint, what would help you, what is hurting you to get, when it comes to getting more kids to a higher level? What do you need?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak out for my kids. I'm here today because I want to be the voice for the thousands of Milwaukee public school children. And since we're talking about children, they're the most important part of this conversation. I have been a math lead teacher for about 10 of my years. Some of that was in the classroom, some of it was out. And when I was out of the classroom and I was able to be a math lead teacher, I took advantage of the wonderful leadership in the math department that prepared me to put forth some strategies that I learned about formative assessment. So I'm really here to tell you that formative assessment works. We really need to focus on that. We also need some very, very dedicated people, and we need to have that be our main focus of education today, is to get dedicated individuals into the classroom that want to be there and care about our kids. I'm going to tell you a little story if I can. The math department had a meeting every month to train us in some of the research-based strategies that are out there. And I put forth a portfolio project for my school, and I really liked the way it was going. And it was that every child got a portfolio with the MPS learning targets in them, and every single math lesson was to begin with what the child was supposed to learn that day. And it worked very well. A lot of the kids really got into the math instruction and whatnot. Well, Henry came up to me one day and said, "Can I come to your school and listen to some of the kids? And I want to hear what this is all about." So I said, "Oh, sure." So we got a video camera in, and I also did a lot of monitoring, conferencing with my teachers. And when all was said and done, we were all sitting down in the conference room, and I had the teachers sending down the kids from the rooms with their portfolios so Henry could ask questions and whatnot. And the child that I asked for in the 5th grade room was absent. So when the child came down, he happened to be one of the naughtiest children in our school. And I thought, oh, no, this isn't going to work well at all. But actually, he was the best. He pulled out that portfolio, he owned that portfolio, and he talked about every single math strand in that portfolio. He was able to articulate what he could do right, what he could do wrong, what he needed to work on more extensively. And well, I was sweating bullets in the corner. And I'm just here to tell you that is a very integral part of getting our kids' achievement to raise.
Dean Hank, what do teachers need to be more effective?
Well, there's a rule of thumb in these panels, and that is never go first, never follow a teacher, and never follow a teacher with a really good story. Our conversation today began with the notion of setting the bar higher, with our expectations, with the Common Core standards. But let's be clear that setting the bar higher, mandating higher performance, is no guarantee that they can be achieved. Sometimes it's like these mandates come down as if, yeah, if we just set the bar there, this is going to happen. Don't get me wrong, I think we should set the bar really very high. But just setting it doesn't make it happen. So Alan asked us to think about what would help students achieve more when it comes to their daily school life. Well, of course, as an educator, I can think of an abundance of answers. But in the interest of parsimony today, I'm going to restrict it to just one theme, and it amounts to underscoring the obvious. I'm going to take a page out of the Papa John's playbook. He says, better ingredients, better pizza. I say, better teachers, better learners. I think it all comes down to that. You see, the war might be waged at a policy or a legislative level, but the battles will be won in the classroom, one teacher and one student at a time. And I think to the extent that we lose sight of that, it's problems for the education system. So my idea around teachers, obviously we want really high quality ones. There's sort of 3 little strands that I'd say, and one is I'd like to see more rigorous admission standards to teacher education programs, and I'm going to qualify that in a second. I also think you have to have continuous, high-quality professional development for teachers that starts with their teacher preparation program, continues through mentoring and induction, and throughout their career. Now, you could admit students who may not be the highest caliber walking in the door, but you better have a really good program to support them. That's my feeling on that. And hand in hand with this idea of continuous professional development is the idea of accountability. And there are some things that are happening in the teacher education community that you might want to be aware of in that regard. There's a new instrument that all teachers or aspiring teachers will take called the Teacher Performance Assessment. If you haven't seen that, I strongly encourage you to check that out. It was developed at Stanford. It's an assessment that all student teachers will take in their final semester. It is really thorough. It's really intense. It causes them to have a level of reflection probably unlike they've ever had before, except in the most elite programs imaginable. And I also think the teacher performance assessment is going to help teacher educators speak a more common language, which I think is really useful. And I'll tell you, if you get into the rubrics, you will have a greater, more depth, more explicit understanding of what teaching is supposed to be about. It's going to get us on the same page, I think. That's my hope, anyway. And then I think it's probably a good move to, generally, in the area of teacher effectiveness ratings, that we are going to take a look at that. But I just want to say that this thing about holding teachers to higher standards, I would also say, but only in fair ways, only in multiple ways, and only if you give them the capacity by which they can be successful, resources and otherwise. And so I'm not going to have time here to go into all this, but I would just say that, so we want better teachers. In what ways? And again, underscoring the obvious. Planning and curriculum, instruction, assessment, and how those three things align, really vital. How teachers shape learning environments, that's a whole lecture in and of itself. Connecting with the community and maximizing technology. I think if we get those things together, it will make a big difference.
Mark Ketterhagen.
Yeah, I'm a really big believer in the lifelong learning model, so I think I'm actually learning a lot as I'm here today, so I really value opportunities like this. And I think about the educational process, and it's not, I think too often people view it as a simple equation in which you can put in certain things and expect a desired function. And I don't think it's quite that simple. And so one of the things that we really need to do is respect the expertise that's in our classrooms and that sits in offices in our schools. I think about when I first started teaching, I wasn't actually a very good teacher. I don't think I ever really became a very good teacher, so maybe I'll go back and give it another shot someday. But one of the things that really helped me, that was transformative for me, was working with other teachers in my school who were really great. And the time that they spent working with me and having time in my schedule to spend time working with them was immensely valuable. And that process is so important. Several people have talked about that. Dean Henke, you were just talking about ongoing PD after teachers finish certification programs. We're never ready to go. We're never going to finish a teacher certification program that's putting out great teachers and they're set and they're ready to just go and be great teachers, that the support has to be ongoing. So we can do things like have conversations about Wisconsin upping its cut scores to match the NAEP percentages and adopting new approaches to assessment and new teacher eval programs. And those things are all good, and I spend a lot of time working on those things, and it's great. But those conversations don't necessarily impact what happens between teachers and students in classrooms. They might, but they don't necessarily. And so when we think about, if I can offer a metaphor, when we think about students, the learning process that students and adults go through as swimming, and they're going through that process. We can talk about how, in Colorado, the pools are a little bit longer and the altitude's a little bit higher, so the students can go a little faster. And we can talk about technology and how new swimming suits are, they have the Olympics, those really fancy swimming suits. And we could talk about all those things, but we run the risk of just becoming crazy people who talk about pools all the time and don't actually talk about how to help students swim. And so I believe that we really need to have an immense level of respect for the conversations that teachers and principals are having about learning, and not simply try and create a structure that's going to create that process for them.
Dr. Icaba, who I might add one of his specialties is changing the way classes or classrooms are run.
or at least think about that.
Okay.
I again appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation, particularly this conversation at the classroom level between teaching and learning, because I think everything else we've talked about today is interesting. But the driver is at the point of teaching and learning. And if we don't impact that, we can talk about cut scores and standards and funding and all the other things. They really don't matter. That unless we can change things at the point of, or the intersection of teaching and learning, the rest of it is all trappings. Unfortunately, I think we've got it backwards. We think that by listing standards, we answer all the questions. And maybe that moves it a ways, but it doesn't take us where we need to go. And so I guess my answer to the question in terms of what's it take for all kids to learn at the levels we need them to, it's a learning environment that is designed to ensure that all students can achieve at high levels. And I'll shorten this up to an environment that's personalized to that student. I'll come back to it in a moment. But the reality is the system we have was never designed to do what we're asking it to do. It is a 120-year-old design that, by the way, someone mentioned Harvard. I came out of Harvard. It was a committee of 10. They were designing a system that was absolutely perfectly designed with what they needed in those days, and that is a few people educated at high levels and a lot of people who were willing to tolerate high levels of boredom, repetitive activities, and close supervision. By the way, we're doing well at that. It isn't what we need. We have a system that batch processes kids in a world that is highly personalized. Think Google, think Amazon, think Starbucks, think political campaigns. But we are still caught up in this assumption that the way kids learn is you group them and then process them in batches. How many of you have more than one child? If that's the case, you know that students don't learn in the same way, even in the same family and siblings. They don't learn at the same rate, but the assumptions on which our current system reside would imply that that is in fact the case. Dean Hank is right on when he says better teachers, better students. The problem is too often better teachers in a system that's not designed to do what they need to do gets in the way. Yes, better students, but still not what we need. In fact, the reality is our most conscientious teachers take us seriously when we say, here are 35 students in your class individualized to each one. Excuse me? And so we work and work and work. And by the way, the problem we have is not that people aren't working hard. I don't know of a time, and I've been in this business now quite a while, I don't know of a time when people were working harder than they're working today. Great. But our best teachers, let me just quickly give you a sense. Our best teachers are trying to get students to commit in a system that is designed based on compliance. We're working against that. They work in a system where they're trying to personalize in a system that treats students as though it's a one-size-fits-all. They're in a system that tries to motivate students in a system that's designed in the opposite direction of giving students the idea of purpose, autonomy, mastery. I mean, we're in a situation where teachers are trying to pace instruction to meet the needs of the student in a system where time is treated as a constant. Now, here's the really good news. And by the way, I'm way more optimistic than I heard across the board this morning. But here is the answer. The answer is it starts in this room. That any major change in system, major innovation, starts with the people who are engaged in doing it, not the experts who watch it. And here's a shout out. There are 24 school districts in southeastern Wisconsin, many of whom are in this room. They're involved in about 40 projects trying to do what I just described. That is, to create an environment within which students can experience personalized learning. Now you say, is that a good thing? Well, intuitively it is, but the fact of the matter is there's very compelling research around that. Not all of it, by the way, that recent. In fact, if you go back to the University of Chicago, mid-1980s, Benjamin Bloom took a look at the concept of personalized learning and benchmarked it statistically against traditional classrooms. And he said, here's the reality, people. If you could approximate tutoring one-to-one, one-to-two tutoring for students, and you look at its impact over time, and they repeated this, by the way, many times, what they found was those students who experienced high-quality tutoring performed 2 standard deviations above the traditional classroom. We're about 98% higher. By the way, even in those days without technology, and by the way, I believe technology has to be a crucial element here, but even without technology, he was at that time working on mastery learning, which, by the way, has a number of components that relate to personalization. They were able to move up a full standard deviation. What they wanted to do is figure out how do you move it all the way. The difference between the mid-1980s and now is, in fact, high quality, highly flexible, very sophisticated technology that can help us get there. I'm not going to take up the whole time. I'll stop with that. Okay. But my point is we can do it, but it isn't going to be driven by standards. It isn't going to be driven by external accountability. It isn't even going to be driven by funding primarily, although we need to have enough to get the job done.
I've been reading a book. I might be off a word or two on the title. In fact, it was recommended by some of the members of the faculty of the college education here. Title is So Much Reform, So Little Change. That's all we really need to know is just the title of the book, I think. What have we done wrong? I mean, everyone who's been involved for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, these are good people who want good things. The teachers in the classrooms want good things. What's blocking in your school? Been there 27 years. And I'd ask each of you, what's blocking the success of what's happened up to this point, and what could unblock it?
Can I just say something in
absolutely.
regard to, I don't know his name.
Dr. Rickabaugh.
Okay.
Jim.
We have to invest in our teachers, and I'm hearing you say how important that is. And I am an example of someone who would never have dreamed of doing this 10 years ago. And the math department of Milwaukee had a network where we worked with universities, the UWM University. I got my master's degree in education, but working with mathematical strategies and how to teach kids better ways to understand mathematical concepts. And honestly, I think one of the main focuses for teachers to teach better is to support them. I had an amazing support system for the last 10 years. I would not be here today. When I went back into the classroom this year after 4 years of being out, I am a far better teacher, a far better assessor than I ever thought that I would be. And I have confidence in that. And it is because someone believed in me. So you have to believe in the teachers of Milwaukee Public Schools and how hard we work.
So what's blocking getting better results?
I feel that, well, the major things of time constraints, a lot of things being put on teachers that we don't have time to do. So one of the things that I have tried to do is invest in the school. I think that teacher mobility has been a huge problem. We need teachers and sustainability in the inner city, particularly, who believe urban kids want to achieve and they can achieve. Nobody does not want to achieve in education, in their school. So that's something that we need people that believe that. And the teacher mobility, lack of community support and investment in the school is a huge problem also.
Guess I have 3 things, and I hope I remember all of them. One is to go back to Greg Thornton's point about talk versus action. Milwaukee community's never short on talk about education, never short of criticism. Education, somebody else is always to blame, and I really do think, I'm not trying to lecture you all, but I just really think that we have to move to a point where we do pull for the kids, strictly, exclusively for the kids. Lose our political agendas to the extent that we can and focus where it really matters. I think another thing is, personally, although I'm a supporter of accountability, I even acknowledge it as one of my tenets, I think, for success, is I think it can be overdone. I think, accountability on steroids ends up being a bad thing for teachers. You spend so much time trying to justify the learning that it pulls away from your planning time for instruction and other more constructive uses of it. In other words, I would just say, let's keep it in some semblance of proper perspective. And then finally, to build on really what my key point was, is it does have to do with resources, and it has to do with resources for professional development. And what you typically find when budget cuts occur in districts, in schools, one of the first things that gets trimmed is the professional development budget. And to me, that's the key to making progress.
One of the things that I consider myself very lucky with the work that I'm currently doing is I spend a lot of time going around to schools, MPS schools, charter schools, and choice schools, and talking to school leaders there. And across all sectors, one thing that strikes me is school leaders saying that they don't have time they don't have the time always to spend time in classrooms and sit and meet with their teachers and lead effective PD. And these are people who care about it. These are really, really good people who are working hard to do it. If I were remodeling my kitchen and I didn't have time to meet with the people who were doing it and didn't have time to talk with them about how it's going, and instead spent time talking about other accountability things like, if you break my grandmother's vase over there, here's the protocol that we're going to do, and that'd be crazy. And if I didn't give them time, the workers time, to say, well, we just encountered a problem, let's collaborate on it, let's talk about it. Superintendent Greco talked about the amount of hours that are devoted to adult learning in other models, and to hear school leaders say to me they don't have time they structurally are not allowed time to have a good faculty meeting, or they structurally they don't have time to meet with teachers one-on-one on a weekly basis because it's not in their schedules. That's crazy. That's a huge problem. That's a blockage that I think we need to address, not through accountability, but through giving them autonomy and giving teachers autonomy to meet with each other and meet with their leaders.
I like the book that you're talking about. I think there actually is a way to make sense out of what's going on, and that is that for the most part, education reform has been focused in the wrong area. It's been a lot of silver bullet solution and low leverage answers. That in reality, if we're going to change the system, and by the way, this isn't unique to education, in any enterprise, if you want to transform the enterprise, you go to the core function. In education, you start with teaching and learning. But so much of our reform has been focused on structure and policy. So we talk about schedules, we talk about calendars, we talk about how we group kids, we talk about large schools, we talk about small schools, when in fact the key is what happens with teaching and learning. The extent to which those other changes support teaching and learning makes a difference. And so, I mean, if you really think about, there's a progression around that, and that is that if we're going to change the system, we start with teaching and learning. We build out from that to roles, relationships, and capacity in order to make that teaching and learning sustainable. You can move the needle in a single classroom. It's a different matter to try to move teaching and learning in a school or in a system. Unless we build from the inside out, and Dr. Thornton talked about this inside-out design, to build our way out. Now, eventually what happens is that change bumps up against structure. Now you've got to change structure, but changing structure by itself doesn't change teaching and learning. And ultimately, policy, which is largely permission-making and institutionalizing, comes into play in order to make that system stable. So that in an ongoing, I mean, what we're bumping up against now is we've got a policy that's institutionalized the way we do the work. We change the work, then we move back into stabilizing the policy. Often what happens is we think if we change the policy, that changes, or changing structure. Good things, but they're facilitative. They're not drivers. There was an interesting column in the Sunday paper a few months ago written by our esteemed facilitator that asked the question, what's the difference between a trend and a fad? My guess is it lies here, and that is, if you're working on, and if you watch something that's happening in education that's impacting teaching and learning, that's making teaching and learning more effective, you probably are seeing a trend. If you're listening to something that is structural or policy only, you probably are looking at a fad. So that's, the day you wrote the column, I'm thinking to myself, there is an answer to that. It is knowable. We just have to think about it some.
You mean somebody reads those things? I got me intimidated. 5 years from now, what do we do to get to the best place? I hope be as specific as you can, but also fairly concise. What do you fear might happen? If we do things right, if we do things wrong, where are we going to be 5 years from now? And Joni, you wanted to respond to Mark, I believe.
Well, I can and answer your question as well. Basically, we're talking about supporting teachers and learning. Some of the things in Milwaukee Public Schools that are being taken away are the very things that support teachers and have supported them in the last years. And that is the math teacher leader position, the literacy coaches. We were not able to do, I was not as effective when I was in the classroom as out and being able to meet with teachers and talk with them. The math specialists, the literacy specialists, this is all being taken away. And if you want good teaching, we have to invest in the training of the teachers that are teaching our kids. And we also have to give time and support to feed good teaching. It doesn't just happen. And I fear that in 5 years from now, if we keep cutting, you're going to end up with less training and teachers that are failing in the profession.
Bill. Well, I'd like to build on your last point. No system or organization has ever cut its way to greatness. And I think resources are a real issue in this state. So if you're going to criticize education, well, maybe you don't want to take huge amounts of money away from public education. Just my personal opinion. Moving forward, I think we have to get literacy right, not just for basic reading skills, but for the demands that society is going to have for it. For instance, being able to search to find information is going to be, a real critical skill in the future. And plus, if you look at the Common Core standards, they cut across all content areas now. So that's really a building block that we have to spend time with. I think if we could help all teachers with one thing, it would be differentiation. It would be how can they tailor instruction to children's needs. We used to call that individualization, and I don't know how practical that is. But there certainly are some strategies that we can put in place so that we can start to deal with things like cultural, linguistic, and racial diversity in the classroom, and also special needs that children have in their learning. Around assessment, I think we have to screen early and we have to intervene early. And I know Jim Rickleball will back me up on this. The biggest expense the school districts has is remedial education. Yeah. So if we can be preventive in what we do, and then take those resources and plow them, into the front end and, into the regular developmental curriculum, I think will make a huge difference. I think we have to get smart with technology in terms of helping teachers learn how to use it to best effect as an instructional tool, also as an accountability kind of a deal to kind of track students' progress. I think we have to build classroom communities. When I look at groups like Mark's, and Abby Ramirez, Andreich, and Cole Knipple and the work that they're doing, they understand what it is that it takes to make schools get better. And so I think we also need to pay attention to organizations that operate that way. But I think what they would tell you, number one, because if you look at the schools that are always touted for being good in this community, Milwaukee College Prep, Bruce Guadalupe comes up, St. Marquette, Lutheran, and there's others, and I don't mean to be exclusive in that regard. Go visit those schools, because the first thing you see when you walk in is they have a school culture. If you can change the school culture, you have a chance of changing the school. I think we need to connect with the community and get more in the way of human and material resources from them, and do more in the way of wraparound services for the kids, where the school is kind of an epicenter for all the support that they need. And again, with technology, maybe be sensitive to what technology matters to kids in their lives, and things like social media, finding constructive ways to deal with that sort of stuff, and most of all, to make them self-directed learners.
5 years from now, Joni will be leading PD at her school. She will be talking with teachers at her school about her portfolio project and how it has transformed what she does in the classroom. Seriously. I mean it. I think schools 5 years from now, hopefully it'll be a little bit different in how faculty meetings are run, in that feedback from teachers will be considered really strongly, and I mean more so than just emailing out like a survey monkey or something. I mean to really listen to what teachers have to say about how they are being supported, and then helping them lead it. Because once we really listen to what's happening in the classrooms and where their needs are being met and where they're having successes, I think then we can really transform the direction that schools are headed. I think one of the things that I do a lot, I talk a lot about assessments. I do a lot of research and spend lots of time looking at computer screens, which is a part of my job that I don't love. But one rewarding part of that is that I then have conversations with teachers and with principals about what assessments actually mean and how they can actually use them to do good things. It just strikes me how often teachers and principals and other people, anyone in education, don't really understand what assessments can do to help, and instead are just things that are published in the newspaper. So once we figure out a way to make those a constructive part of the dialogue within the schools, and I don't mean within administrative bodies that lead the schools, I mean within the schools at faculty meetings so teachers can talk about them, I think we'll be in a very different place. And Joni, I definitely want to come to one of the faculty meetings that you
My hope is that 5 years from now we've begun to really take seriously the challenge of getting learning right the first time for students, that we can begin to harvest some of the money that is spent on remediation and put it into a quality system on the front end. I was in South Carolina 2 weeks ago. The president of one of the tech colleges there told me they documented it costs them $15 million a year just in remediation. And the problem we have in that is this whole idea of first learning. And that is the system we have now allows students, when they are confused by or there's a misconception, it's way too long before we intervene. By the time we're there, it's solid in their thinking. Yet our remediation tends to be focused on teaching kids as though they didn't have a misunderstanding. So we spend a lot more time with far less success with learners whose confidence is already waning. If we can get it right the first time. So what does that mean? We wrap learning around the student, that we focus on the student, utilize technology for that, so that each student has a customized learning path going forward. So let go of the idea of batch processing. Nobody else is doing it. There's a reason why. That learning is based on students' progression, and that progression is aligned to whatever you want to call them, world-class standards, Common Core standards, but very high standards that are comprehensive, that are not memorization-based, that they're in fact key skill-based, these generalizable skills that go across the curriculum. That we as a system are committed to rapid prototyping new innovation, that we are always innovating no matter how much progress we've made, and that innovation goes back into the system right away. It comes out of the system, goes back into the system. And around professional development, that teachers have an opportunity to have personalized learning in the same way we offer it for students.
Questions from any of you? Yes, sir.
I've heard a couple of things this morning that kind of interest me as a person that's not involved really trained for as a teacher. Thank you. Has anybody ever suggested the idea that while teachers may have a role in the observation of their students in this class, but the social services that you're delivering should be delivered by somebody else?
We have a lot of support at our school, but some of the problems are have to be dealt with on a minute-to-minute basis. And one thing that you have to have in a classroom is an exorbitant amount of love and acceptance, and have the kids believe you're here now, it's a safe place, and you can achieve and you can do anything you want to do. And so we do have support, but I'm in the classroom with those kids for 7 hours a day, and I'm it as far as helping them get through whatever they need to get through at the moment.
That I was thinking about are the things that are non-teaching related, such as making sure they get food, all these other things that they talk about.
We have a full-time social worker, full-time psychologist.
Okay, is that on the education budget, or is that on the, is that on the education budget?
Yes. Yes.
That's kind of where I think we should start thinking differently.
With my middle school voice. Oh, there it's working for me. So Dean Hank mentioned culture, and then I think Mark kind of operationalized this by saying, well, Joni, you're going to have a faculty meeting. You're going to lead the faculty meeting in 5 years. And I think operationalizing some of these ideas is really important. For instance, a principal came into my class a few weeks ago, and she said, this is how I changed the culture of our faculty meetings. Somebody slipped me a note from the Facebook page of one of our teachers and said, I'm going to cut off my right arm if I have to listen to this principal go on in another faculty meeting. She said it was very humbling, but then she realized, I've got to change something here, and now the teachers lead those faculty meetings. So that's kind of operationalizing how are you going to get Joni in charge of these faculty meetings. So my question to the panel is, whether it's, you know, prototyping, rapid prototyping innovations, or another idea, do you have any other ways that you're going to operationalize this at the classroom level, at the school level? Some of the ideas that you've been talking about.
Take it, Joni.
Actually, right now in our school, we're trying some new things. And our principal has, just in the last year, made the focus totally on collaboration between cross-level groups, and also data, looking at our map data, and talking about it. So anything that she really has to say to us, she pretty much communicates in a letter or does it in 5 to 7 minutes, because she realizes how important it is to collaborate and to talk about future instruction and formative assessments we tried and so on. So we are actually in the midst of doing that now.
To answer your question, Dr. Scanlon, I don't think it happens accidentally. I think at every school, your culture just isn't going to shift. Dean Hank, you mentioned some schools that have strong culture, and there are many other in the city, and I don't think those things just happen accidentally because good people are there. I think there need to be people at schools who can supervise and lead culture shifts at those schools. And that might be different based on different school models. Sometimes some schools have deans of students and some don't, and some have assistant principals and some don't. But regardless of the model, there could be someone who really owns the ownership, whose finger is on the pulse of student joy at that school, and who can spend time talking to those students, talking to students' parents, and doing specific things to transform culture, whether it be extracurricular fairs that happen at schools, or whether it be home visits between teachers and families. But I don't think those things happen accidentally, and I think sitting down with the school leaders to not only set steps for academic improvements, which happens a lot, but also to set steps for cultural improvements at that school is really important.
Yeah, and I think it would be hypocritical for any school leader who resents mandates to then offer them to try to make the culture change, right? But I think this goes to this idea of believing in teachers as professionals, empowering them, being democratic in the way that you operate, try to scaffold their work, and distributive leadership, all these kinds of concepts, because to me, good leaders know how to let go and let the people do their jobs and not micromanage them. Now, if they get out of line a little bit, you gotta kind of pull them back in. That's your job, that sort of steering capacity. But, it's not like I have to tell Dr. Scanlon this, but, the leader, I talked about teaching, but I also will tell you that it's leadership in a school that makes a huge difference. And I just ask you this, been in any good schools with lousy leaders? Not too many, unless you have an extraordinary staff. I think the leader can help set the tone for that school culture. And I'll tell you, when you get a really good one, it's a blessing, it's a prize, it's a gem, it's a joy, and you tend to have a successful school.
We have several people here who have the title of Dean of Schools of Education. I'm grateful for them being here. I'd like to echo what Tony Evers said. The real Dean of Education in Milwaukee is Sister Joelle Reed.
Yeah.
Dr. Rickenbach, one question. The point you made about this old structure within which we operate, how long do you think it's going to continue? Because everything we listen to goes nowhere. You haven't said a thing that couldn't have happened if we had changed the structure. Even that point about not having time, if you think that it's important to have time for your teachers, you create a schedule for the day that has teacher time built into it. So there is no discussion. We have been playing with multiple balls here all morning. And the one thing that would change all of that is if we had the will to really, even Dr. Greco before, what she was talking about, for me, the discussion was why government has no business telling us how to run our schools. It's none of their business. They should figure out what government can do and get their priorities straight. If they had them straight, they'd back out and they'd find the funds. That's their job. You all know how to be teachers, but you do it within the wrong setting. And as long as we keep this old-fashioned way of K-12, we're going to be stuck with having meetings like this again 5 years from now. Whether Joni is making the presentation, we should have had this discussion panel before the one that you mentored with Thornton and Greco. Greco's had implicit in her suggestions the whole problem of the government not understanding what its role is. And as long as I've been in this state, southeastern Wisconsin has been nirvana land, never land to the state legislature. They just don't get it, how important southeastern Wisconsin is to Wisconsin. It's not Madison. It's where the financial capital is and all the other things that are going on. So my question is back to how long do you think it's going to take to get to a decent system?
I'm going to defer for the moment to Dean Hank, and then I would love to answer the question. So I'll let him answer first, and then I'll.
We agreed that I would tee this up for him because it's a really great question, and I think there's hope, Sister Joelle. And well, give me a chance. There's a white paper that's been developed by CISA 1 called Transforming Public Education. And I invite you all to read this because it lays out a model for the future that does break that structure down in significant ways. And one of the key architects of that plan was Jim. So I'm going to hand it to him.
Question is, we do know that. I've read that report.
Yes.
But how are we going to get people to do it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to help them out here.
I promise not to be as long as I've been before, but let me give you the strategy we're working on, and it can be up or down. Essentially what we've done is this, to try and create, if you've read the book Shift, Dan and Chip Heath's book about finding bright spots. What we're trying to do are create bright spots across southeastern Wisconsin that tests pieces of what the system would look like. If any of you are interested, the website for the Institute of Cecil One we've used a honeycomb. It has lots of shortcomings, but it does give you a sense for what does that system begin to look like. Our theory of action is that as we begin to test pieces in lots of places, we can do that under the radar of the system. And we've got about 40 projects underway now. There will be another 12 to 15 next fall. But we have now a limited number of school districts, about 5, who are taking pieces of this together, are starting to use the synergy that's placing cracks in the system. And I'll give you sort of first crack, and that is as soon as you begin to personalize learning for students, you have a surprising number of students who accelerate beyond where we've allowed them to go in the past. That immediately puts pressure on the system in terms of what do we do with these students who are learning faster than our system has been designed to deal with. That's one of about a dozen that are starting to show up. Our theory is really bottom-up, top-down, and that is the bottom-up is to start to put pressure on the system with things that work, to be able to show people that this works, this works, this works in the current system. When we begin to aggregate them, we bump up against the current system. The other side of that is the confluence of events in the country that are everything from funding to our inability to meet standards, our lack of international competitiveness. It is this piece that we're hoping will be this sort of nexus of forces that people say, no, wait a minute. If we look around in virtually every other aspect of our society, we would not tolerate an 1890s design in 2012. We wouldn't tolerate it. The fact of the matter is we do know better. Our problem is we're thinking within this old mental model of what schooling is. Most all of this morning was within that model. Yet very quickly, I mean, it's easy to dispel the issue. Why do we batch process students? Why do we wait until students fail before we remediate? Why do we only value learning that occurs in school when kids have access to information everywhere? Why do we use most of our class time to present information which is low leverage when we should be engaging kids in learning? I mean, it doesn't take long to push that model out. Now, the really good news is that in the last 24 months, there are people across the country who are asking similar questions. 2 weeks ago, we had a group into Cecil One from South Dakota that's trying to work on this. There's a group on the West Coast trying to work on it. We're part of an innovation lab network of 8 states that are trying to figure this thing out. The good news, and by the way, that's coordinated by the Council of Chief State School Officers. That is Tony Evers' group. I'm very optimistic, but I believe the secret is not trying to attack this from the top. It's attacking it from within. And that it is people like the people in this room that will make that difference, not our legislators, not our president, not Arnie Duncan. It will happen if we take it seriously. We used an inarticulate term at the beginning of this work, but it probably is, and that is the cavalry is not coming. No one is going to solve this for us. And I apologize for that analogy, other than this. When you first reach the conclusion that help is not on the way, it's frightening. But that passes soon into empowerment, because as long as we're waiting for someone else to solve the problem, we don't do anything. When we realize that help is not coming, it now empowers us to do the work that has to be done. So that's my answer.
I'm going to give Mark and Joni a chance to have a last word here. Then we're going to take a break. Let me just say one thing. We had a conference here last November in which the structure largely was to bring in outsiders, people from outside Wisconsin, to give us some fresh thinking. That was the goal. Today, except for the very valuable and important contribution of Dr. Driscoll, everyone who's been involved here is us. We're all Wisconsinites. We're all Milwaukee area people, I think, maybe with a couple exceptions. And so this is our conversation. That's what we're going to continue after the lunch break, and will be an open forum for people to keep talking. Dr. Driscoll is going to take part. There are lunches outside, just outside here. If you have to leave, and I suspect some of you do, take a lunch. We got plenty of them. You're entitled. That said, concluding remarks, I think the two people who get the last voice here. Mark, why don't you go first?
You know, I would just echo what Dr. Rickabaugh just said, that there are really great schools in southeast Wisconsin now that are doing good things. And we need to find ways to replicate those and break down any barriers for schools who are trying to do what those schools are doing. I was said earlier this morning that the will doesn't exist to change what's happening in our city and in our state. And I really disagree, because talk to some teachers and the will exists. It may just not, the will might just not be in the right place. And I just believe we need to really invest in leaders, and helping leaders stay within their schools and do the work that they need to do, rather than treating them as interchangeable parts, is a step in helping schools replicate what's happening at the really great schools. And lastly, I would just say that's where our energy needs to be. Our energy needs to be in identifying the schools that are doing really great things, like Joni's school, and not engaging in the caustic dialogue of this sector is better than that sector, a dialogue in which I'm uninterested. Instead, really emphasizing that there are good things happening now, and let's help everyone else learn from those practices.
And I would just like to say distributive leadership has come up a lot today, and I think that it's extremely important, and that's what the math department has done for many years. Unfortunately, asking us to improve test scores and improve student achievement, and taking away all of the support that classroom teachers need, and the critical eye on their instruction that they need, and the collegial conversations that you have within staff members, that's all being taken away, and it's extremely important to regain that.
Let us break. I hope as many of you as possible will reconvene here in 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. We are going to begin the discussion here. And I think people will keep drifting back in as we go. I would like to say a couple thank yous at this point. The crew here in Eckstein Hall, the crew at Marquette Law School that puts on events, is absolutely first rate. So all the logistics of this, the communications, the room, the microphones, the food, the getting people in and out the door, absolutely first rate group of people, and I want to thank them. Christine Wolzinski-Vogel, Carol Dufek, Ryan Rao, who's the guy who's been running around here with the microphones and all the electronics, and all the people who work for them, that they make putting on these events so easy for us. As I said earlier, this is a panel discussion with as many panelists as there are people in the room, because it's our conversation to have, except I want to stop at that point, because during the break here, David Driscoll said to me, stop using the word conversation. And I think I picked that up from some people out in the atrium also. This can't be just talk. At least that's what I think you're saying. Expand on that.
It's just, well, for one thing, it's really just what I've noticed. It's crept in, words creep into our language, and the conversation just drives me crazy. It has for about 2 years. Not anything wrong with the conversation, but it's crept into our vocabulary way too much. But I have a larger point. I think the one piece of advice I would give you, take it or not, I said before that education reform is about addition and multiplication, not division and subtraction, and I mean that. So that means that we all got to figure out how to keep in the boat, stay in the same boat. And hopefully the boat is going towards higher student achievement. And there's some reality that we have to deal with. And we can make excuses about the reality. Money is a perfect example. I wish, as a matter of fact, I think it's a disgrace that we don't invest more in our young people, that we're cutting back. I mean, this is ridiculous to suggest you can do more with less. We wouldn't do that in any other industry. But it is what it is. So get over it. There's no money. And there's not going to be, evidently, for a while. So the one thing I would caution is people made some points that inadvertently push people out of the boat. So it's okay to say that just having state standards, good state standards, isn't going to mean anything unless you have action at the classroom level, which is right. But it's almost to suggest that you shouldn't, that to de-emphasize the fact that strong state standards are important. So I think what I would try to suggest is all the way up and down the line, and I mentioned that Dick Elmore talked about loose tight, there's a role to be played by a lot of people. And so it isn't just the classroom teacher, but if we have a system that doesn't respect the challenges that the classroom teacher is facing, and you have a system whereby you don't even have professional development or they can't even meet or whatever, then, you know, you got to fix it. But so, as an example, when we set state standards, we looked around and took the best as what you're supposed to do. But we also then convened groups of teachers and others for input. So what I'm trying to suggest is that we're all in the boat. And to say, well, it's not in Madison because the legislature plays a very strong role. So I like to say it the other way. We're all playing a part. And to suggest one can or one can't is missing the point. All the way up and down the line, there's an accountability. If autonomy at the local level was so wonderful, we wouldn't have the results we're having now, because we had that. So what happens? People say, well, we've got to have state standards or national standards or whatever it happens to be, and so forth, and then the negativity. So that's my one piece of advice is let's try to figure out ways to keep everybody in the boat, and that means we all have to swallow a little castor oil, frankly.
I am eager to open the floor here, and the rules are anyone's welcome to speak. I would say the second rule would be briefly, so that more people can speak. To get the ball rolling, I think I'll call on a couple folks, but I suspect this isn't a crowd where it'll be hard to get people talking. I'm going to start with Maurice Howard, who's in the back of the room, and who is the local director of Teach for America.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I think about is there are a few things said. One thing that was said was when kids leave the system in Milwaukee, they get as far away as possible. Well, I'm one of those kids that came back. I think when I look at where education is, like when I was 17 and now 10 years later, I don't see much change. I think it was Mr. Rigobald that talked about this archaic system. And so when I think about and I believe Dean Hank, you said that teachers are, the great equalizer. Well, then how are we recruiting, training, and developing teachers in ways that meet this new bar? So when we think about TPA, when we think about Common Core standards, when we think about individualization for 35 students in a split third and fourth grade classroom. So what are we doing to change how we prepare those teachers? We've been fortunate with Teach for America that we've been able to work with Dean Hank on developing things that work for us, but I'm interested to hear what other people have to say.
Dean Carol Colbeck, is there anything you'd like to add? We're very pleased to have you here. Carol Colbeck is the Dean of the School of Education at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee.
So if anything, I want to share with you a break conversation that I had with Myra Edwards. She and I serve on the operations team of Milwaukee Succeeds. And so, of course, this is an organization for the city of Milwaukee trying to look at advancement of learning opportunities and success for all students. And one of the things that was so clear to me is how often, even when we bring groups of people together who really care deeply about these things, we may inadvertently leave out important people. And so around the table at Milwaukee Succeeds, there's business leaders, there's education leaders, there's community-based agency leaders, there's people representing parents, there's groups representing students. But it was just so evident to me and Myra today how important the voice of teachers are in thinking about how we move forward. And I just want to say thank you for this venue. This is part of my own learning too, and I think part of, even though I would imagine most people in this room have been in Milwaukee a lot longer than I have, which is since July 1st last year, that it's been an opportunity for learning and challenges thinking both ways. And oh, by the way, I came here from UMass Boston, and where so many people spoke so highly of you, Dr. Driscoll. So I appreciate the MTELs and the regulation, and also the years of building from that 1993 reform that were just part of the culture in Massachusetts by the time I arrived there in 2007. Now, that doesn't mean there weren't more wrinkles. Let me just share with you one piece. While I was Dean of Education at UMass Boston, there was a recognition that we needed to, as a state, improve math standards. And this was perhaps an example of how not to go about a reform, where they added 40 questions to one of the basic MTEL exams in math as a way of pushing teacher preparation programs to add more math, particularly for elementary teachers. And the first time that test was administered, the pass rate was 27%. So I think that goes to points that have been made throughout our discussion today, and Dr. Driscoll just made very well a few minutes ago, that we need to look at reforms all across the system. We need to be saying, as Dr. Greco had indicated and Dr. Thornton, that we need to be aligning along all levels, from teacher classrooms through the legislature, and making sure that all voices are involved every step of the way, so we're not feeling like everybody is out to get us, or that one side is betraying another without us really, really listening to each other. So I'll just finish by saying thanks for giving us an opportunity to listen and to be heard.
This morning there was quite a lot mentioned about the difficulties that teachers have in the classroom addressing the needs of the many students. And we also heard that quite often they're not able to because they don't have time. Sometimes I don't have time means I don't have time. Sometimes it means I don't know how. So my question goes to teacher preparation, and when our teachers complete their university education and are credentialed, are they actually prepared? Can they then show students how to learn? Can they individualize their instruction? And can they become these leaders that we're saying we need if we're going to make significant improvement?
Thoughts on that?
Well, this gets back to that dilemma. It's easy to say, well, you just use time better, but it is a fact that the cutbacks make a difference. So I think that's the first thing. I like to deal with reality. So it's easy for me to say as a commissioner, just do more with less. Well, that's just too glib. So it puts a tremendous pressure on teachers and faculty when you have cutbacks, because first of all, you lose staff, class sizes go up, sometimes you lose support staff, et cetera. Having said that, however, I come back to my issue. That's the reality. So now what do? I think it's clear that teachers can find ways to increase classroom productivity, if you will, despite all these things. And that's what we need to work on. So as has been mentioned, there has to be time for teachers to share, and that's important. But there are ways that teachers do find to, even with 35 kids or whatever, you do the best you can. There are better systems of standards-based reform, of utilizing classrooms, of getting more systems where kids are more engaged, the kids are doing more of the work, etc. I mean, that's yes, sure.
Are we relying on individual teachers to discover for themselves what those ways are, or are our teacher education universities preparing them for the classroom that they will enter?
So it's a combination thereof. I mean, I think the point was made earlier by the superintendent. You can't keep reinventing it. We ought to be able to learn collectively. And so there should be places, both in the preparation programs and among good leaders, principals in schools, and if you have curriculum staff, to help point the way. So it certainly shouldn't be every teacher having to reinvent everything all the time. On the other hand, it becomes somewhat individualized so that teachers take advantage of what they've learned, and then they have to use the craft in the best way. But it just annoys me so much to go around, and I don't know the answer to this, but I go around the country, and I'm in classrooms all the time. I was just in classrooms in San Antonio, Texas this past week. I've been in charter schools, regular public schools, secondary schools, elementary schools. And you meet a number of great teachers who they just get it done. They have the intestinal fortitude. They have larger class sizes than they had before. But they just have this sort of can-do attitude. They're learning all the time. They're trying to figure things out. There are certainly examples of institutions, higher ed institutions gets blamed all the time about poor preparation of teachers. But that's not true across the board. There are some examples of good schools of education. The issue is, how do we go to scale? And these wonderful teachers that I see almost wind up, as isolated stories. And if they have a great principal, then maybe the whole faculty shares. But they're isolated all around the country, and there's no, we almost need a Facebook place or something where people can, because it's true, no matter where you go. I'm sure it's true in Milwaukee, across the board. There are great classroom teachers. They have all the problems everybody's talking about here. Kids that don't speak English, discipline issues, kids that have psychological issues and so forth and so on. And yet they can get it done. So that's sort of the maddening part, and the frustrating part. It's not a system, and it is an old system. We've got to break down those. I'm for irreverent principals and superintendents. I really am. I mean, I think there's studies to show that the great leaders are kind of irreverent. And the superintendent talked about all this time she has to spend filling out forms. When I was a commissioner, I used to like it when somebody filled it out, and I knew they just, made it up, because they didn't have time for all that. So I'm for that.
Dr. Catman, I'm going to interrupt you only to say, I want to say congratulations as your own retirement approaches, and that Dr. Catman, both as a superintendent in the North Shore suburbs and as the head of the UWM Charter Office, has been a real advocate for quality schools around here.
Well, thank you.
Take it away.
And thank you for setting up this conversation. I think conversations like this are a way to begin in what we need to do. If we look at the city of Milwaukee, there are a lot of good schools out there. Whether it's Bruce Guadalupe and Milwaukee College Prep, or Seeds of Health Elementary within the UWM charter system, or several of the great schools in MPS. And there are practices within these schools that are both helping to personalize learning for students and to gain higher achievement. And I think a good place to start is to start looking at these practices and trying to determine how we can replicate them and how we can spread these practices from school to school, because they work. We see children who love learning. We see children who are doing much better academically than anyone would anticipate that they would. And it's because some of the great practices that are occurring in the classroom and within the school. And we need a way to spread that word, show those practices, and replicate them throughout our community.
Wisconsin, here in Milwaukee, even nationwide. Why is there such a lack of diversity? And is it even necessary? And I kind of reflected when we opened up with from the beginning when we opened up and just don't see it. And so just want to know, is it even necessary? Is there really a real desire to have it and to go for it? Or is it just nice to say it and nice talk?
I'll take a stab at that a little bit. I mean, you only have to look at the realities around us to say, yes, diversity is necessary, because if we don't have success across the board, we're going to have failure across the board. Milwaukee, as a city, is now what you would call a majority-minority city. It's increasingly happening in the suburbs. I did a column recently on brown deer with 70%, if I recall correctly, my number is 70% non-white enrollment in brown deer. That's not the brown deer that I knew when I moved to Milwaukee 35 years ago, 40 years ago. I grew up in the civil rights era. I would never have believed then that we were talking about these things now, because I would have thought everything would have been solved. It's so obvious they need to be solved, but solving them is so hard. So yes, I think everyone here would agree with it. It is a huge dilemma of how to get from where we are. And you can't ignore the facts that the achievement levels among African American kids in Milwaukee are really, really startlingly bad overall. Not every kid, not every white kid's doing great, not every black kid's doing bad. That's obvious too. But we've got so much still to tackle. And you can look at that, everything from the home, the school, the community, the economy, the inherent racism of Milwaukee, of America, whatever. I don't think there's any question that it's necessary. How to do it is certainly perplexing.
Yeah, if I could comment. In fact, somebody asked me about international comparisons, and I didn't get around to that. But there's a real problem for America when you look in the future, because the statistics are very clear, the demographics are very clear, that the number of Hispanic and black students, that this will be a minority country soon, and et cetera, et cetera. And that puts even more burden on school systems to take an ever-increasing number of poor kids and yet get higher results than we're getting now. I mean, it's a real challenge. A couple of examples that really irritate me. One is Singapore and one is Shanghai. In Singapore, which didn't do well educationally, but then, and by the way, hired the Minister of Defense to lead its schools. And he was smart enough to just steal everything and put in systems. And they've shot to the top of the world. Now they have a lot of advantages, of course. But they do something that better than we do on this issue of diversity. They close gaps completely. And so Americans were visiting a school in Singapore one day, and the teacher had a group of kids on a Saturday morning. And so the typical American question was, well, why are you here on Saturday morning? And she said, well, I've got these few kids and they're really falling behind, so I need more time. They need more time on task, so they come in on Saturday morning and we do what we do. And they said, well, do you get paid extra for that? And she said, of course not. My job is to get every kid up to a certain level. And therefore, I come in on Saturday mornings and they have to come or they won't get where they have to get, and we get them all caught up. Very matter-of-factly. Shanghai, which just leaped ahead of everybody on PISA and went by Finland, and Finland's in a tizzy over it. But Shanghai has a lot of advantages. It's quite the growing country, but they also have huge pockets of poverty. So how were they able to get all the way up to the top of the world in PISA? Well, interestingly enough, they offered incentives, financial incentives, to teachers and principals of their best performing schools to work in their poorest performing schools. So here's two examples of other countries that aren't democracies who are paying attention to equality. And they're providing the kind of services they need to bring people up. Here in America, and I don't care how you slice it, We divide kids from the time they're born. I mean, look at the people in certain states that are signing up their children up for private daycares now, when the kid's a year old for when they're 5. We separate them. We have a caste system. It's by zip code, and it's terrible. And we're a democracy. So I think this issue of diversity is a huge, huge problem. And it's not going to be solved easily. It's not certainly a simple matter, but we ought to pay more attention to it. And we really don't. And that's one of the things, again, we had some money, but the foundation budget meant that kids in Holyoke, Massachusetts, which is a very poor district, got a lot more money per pupil than did Brookline and Newton, et cetera. And that's just the way it was, and that was a commitment made by the legislature, and they were able to pay for it. So I think diversity is a huge issue we could learn from other countries. Shame on us that we're a democracy and we don't operate as a democracy around children.
Is the second part was focused on the leaders who are transforming and doing the education reform. There's no diversity there. So my focus was, where's the lack of diversity there? Why is that so? And do we really value that diversity? Not just the young people, but those who are actually trying to change it.
Well, that's a huge problem too, and I do think there's efforts to change the face of the adults that are dealing with kids. And thank goodness you're seeing people like the young man coming back from Teach for America. You're seeing some of those commitments, but that's a huge problem too. A lot of the world looks like me, white and gray, or white and white, because I don't color my hair. I don't control.
Dr. Driscoll, I'd like to know who or what inspires you. And then secondly, I'd like to get some of your thoughts with respect to motivation. How do you think about it? And are there any instances in which it has been applied very well or effectively?
My goodness, are you doing a psychology dissertation? Thank you. I think what motivates me isn't much different than motivates people in this room and people in the field. What motivates us is wanting the best for young people and for recognizing that children have opportunities that we as adults, by which we as adults can provide for them. And in this country, there has been the opportunity, at least for those of us that are white, to come from very poor backgrounds and succeed. I mentioned I was the youngest of 10 children. I think that's what motivated me and what motivated most people, is that we had an opportunity to do something. Education was very important to us. And I think in some ways, and I think Sister is a great example, I think in some ways, for a long time, what motivated me was putting food on the table for my 4 kids and worrying every time I did something irreverent and saying to my wife, geez, I think I might get fired today, to where I don't have to worry about that now. But I'm still very motivated, because the older I get, the more concerned I get. And the more I get concerned about this country, the more concerned I get about our future. There was a time when we used to take care of one another in neighborhoods, just in general. And for the first time in my life, I am actually getting discouraged with the way I see the future. And I think we've got to get back to basic civility. This country was built by people who showed strong character. And what we're seeing today in Congress is a disgrace, and Washington's a disgrace, what we see sometimes in our own communities. We've become selfish, we've become spoiled. So what motivates me now is that we actually have children. When I first started out, I was, of course, idealistic, and I still am. But you really could see that you could take kids and they could change their lives and change their family lives. That's becoming fewer and fewer. It's becoming less true. For a lot of our kids, they're destined not to do well. They're destined to drop out. We know it from statistics. That's why we need to invest in early childhood education. So my motivation today is less on idealism and more on fear. But I think to some extent I'm more motivated than ever.
So I think that teachers specifically and education in general has a bit of a PR problem. You kind of need a got milk type of thing. Every time people talk about education and teachers, it's always great teachers can do these wonderful things, but, you know, we don't have a lot of them and we need more. And so that assumes that most of our teachers are just really awful. And every time, you know, when you have elections and politicians are trying to talk, and we're just going to improve this, we need better teachers. And I feel like it's kind of hard to tell someone, you know, I just graduated from law school, so I'm not, you know, in education right now, but just tell someone who just spent 4, 7, you know, more years in school, I have all these loans, and to say, I want you to go for a job that, yes, is going to pay very little, but on top of that, no one is going to respect you. We want you to do a really hard job, and it's super important, but no one is going to respect you. We're going to think that you are the cause of all the problems. Every time there's an issue, you're the scapegoat. And I feel like we're looking at all these other things, and we're saying we need to give teachers more autonomy, but how do we get them more respect?
Just a note, teachers in Finland, Singapore, and Shanghai are revered, not just respected.
You talked about Richard Elmore, and some of the work he did around the standards back in 2000, and he sort of predicted we were going to have some problems with this new accountability system that have come true. So I'm thinking about his challenge to policymakers about the reciprocity of accountability, that if we're going to start to expect more from our schools, we as policymakers need to take responsibility for the capacity to achieve these higher standards. And yet, I feel like there's been this hopeless message that we're just not going to get more money. And capacity isn't just money. So I'm not saying it's just about money, but I got to believe that, I guess I'm asking you, if with this new Common Core standards, higher standards are great, we aren't even getting the kids to the standards that we have now. So how can we provide the capacity, those of us that don't have kids in the system anymore, who are still a voice, who care, and that is the majority of people, they care about public education, whether their kids are in the system or not, or whether they're in the business community or not. It's been my experience, everybody is pretty passionate when you start talking about schools. So we care. So what can we do? What have you seen once these standards are implemented for us to provide more capacity for these schools to be successful in these classrooms?
Well, again, there's the difference between idealism and realism. I wish I could say to you, even in Massachusetts, where we got where we were supposed to get, we said to the business community we're going to leave the country. Then you would think, I remember having a businessman ask me that question. He said, well, Commissioner, after the foundation budget runs out after 7 years, what are you going to do? And I said, well, if we're successful and we lead the country, well, you'll just support us financially. You'll give us more money. Well, that didn't happen. So I think there's a reality here that I can't just say to you, well, you flip a switch and capacity increases. There's a real conundrum here where we've almost set people up to fail. You set higher standards, but then you don't give them the tools, not only financially, but you don't give them the time. You don't give them money, you don't give them time. Pretty hard to do things when you don't have time and money. So I think that's the reality. However, that doesn't mean we quit. We have to do the best we can with what we have. And I think there are things we can do in the system, including changing the structure. So I think the mistakes that were made that Elmore points out is when it's tips to one side. So I think it's right to set good, strong standards. But if you don't involve the teachers, There is no question asked on an MCAS test ever that isn't reviewed by a group of teachers. It was always ironic to me that the state union was knocking MCAS, and here I got their members not only reviewing my questions, but they're on bias committees, they're on this and that. I mean, teachers are wonderful. If you just ask them to do things, they'll do them. The union sometimes takes an opposite view. So I think there are things, I think Elmo's right, that if you just do it on high and you mandate it, and that, if it affects me, involve me. So I think we need that. That's why he's talking about that tight loose. So that's why it was important for us to have study groups. And that's what you need. If you're going to adopt the Common Core, that's great. But classroom teachers have to understand what that means and what does it mean for them. And I just wish there was this way. I think a couple of people have mentioned it. I mean, you really see examples where schools, let alone classrooms, have this amazing. You go into the lower 9th Ward of New Orleans, 21 feet of water. There's a point at which the 21 feet of water, there's a watermark. 23 kids in that school, it's a charter school, 23 kids were drowned in their homes. They went home thinking they were safe when the levee broke. That charter school just developed a high school, part of their charter school. They have 20 kids graduating this year, all 20 African American, all 20 going to college. So we just got to figure out, as somebody said, to bring things to scale. But we waste a lot of time on the sideshow. So the question is, how do these people do it? What do they do in the classrooms? How do they get kids motivated? How do you have kids help other kids? It's an amazing thing. You hear story after story of these remarkable kids that were just written off. And all of a sudden a teacher saw something or sparks, and it breaks the mold. That's what we have to try to focus on, that kind of thing, and get it to scale as best we can.
Jim Beat.
Real practical question. Just a few miles from here, we have a tremendous number of unemployed folks, and the fear is that kids we're about to turn out in our area schools will go into those unemployment ranks. The area where we hear there's the greatest dearth and need is for some trained technical employees in medical technical fields, light engineering or whatever. Some of us in schools are doing things like Project Lead the Way programs and all that kind of good stuff. But in this space, we still have a primarily population of color unemployed, and these jobs just a few miles away, and employers saying, I can't get trained people. And somewhere in between that space is math isn't for black kids. In your Massachusetts experience, did you have any breakthroughs in those areas where there actually were some governmental, business, school partnerships that were durable or sustainable that cracked through any of this?
Well, I'm sorry to say we don't have, I mean, I could point to this program, and the Project Lead the Way is a perfect example. We have tremendous resources in Massachusetts. We're very fortunate. So at Northeastern University, they took the retired engineers, they called it reseed, and they were trained, and they would actually go into schools on a volunteer basis and teach kids. We have the only engineering curriculum in the country. Our K-12 science and technology is science, technology, and engineering. And boy, does that turn kids on, and they learn and so forth. But what you bring up is a huge problem, and it exists in Massachusetts. We don't have as much of a jobs program, although as they send them overseas, we will, as we have a capacity of our workers problem. That is, there are a lot of jobs that could be available if young people had the skills, and they don't. And so you're seeing it here in Wisconsin, thousands and thousands of kids who need remediation in community colleges. They wind up taking non-credit-bearing courses. They ultimately drop out, and they use up their financial aid. And where are they? They're then unemployed. So this whole issue of trying to get kids to these basic levels of at least some mathematics and some reading and writing skills is a huge problem. Now, one thing we did with our graduation requirement is everybody has to at least be up to basics, so at least they can do sentences and some basic math. But we don't have the total answer in Massachusetts either. This is another case where dual enrollment programs, internship programs, other issues where kids can get actively involved in their learning. And they don't have to be on the campus necessarily. If we could get, it's another thing we were able to do is get them free time. I'm very much for a blended, this kind of blended program. I think kids need to be in schools, but they could do a lot of what they need to do on their own. They do anyway. I mean, I remember in this school in New Orleans, now there's an 8th grade classroom, all black kids, 33 kids. I asked, one of our board members asked them, how many had a cell phone? Guess how many hands went up? All 33. Then the teacher said, and how many of you have a better cell phone than Mr. Diamond? He was the teacher. And all 33 hands went up. So they not only had cell phones, they knew they had a better cell phone than their. So we need to take advantage of that technology. So that's where this issue of changing the system to really, it sounds crazy, but we could really increase capacity way beyond what we're doing if we would get creative about time and have kids use it. You get a kid turned on, and they'll spend hours doing things. Now, they'll spend hours doing the wrong things on the websites too, but hopefully we could get them engaged.
Dean Mary Dietz.
I think what you've just pointed to is the issue again of customization, because it always strikes me as strange that kids don't learn the basics, and it often is that they are taught in such a dumbed down way. Whereas now there are resources like the Khan Academy where you can pull these videos off and kids can watch them as often as they need to. And then what the teacher's freed up to do is to work with the next level of work with them. When Sister Joelle talked about challenging the assumptions of the structure, another one we really have to challenge, I think, is what kind of teachers we want and how we will be selective. Bill Hanks said we should be more selective, but I would argue we need a different kind of selectivity. We need to select people for their flexibility, for their creativity, and if we want to get to 21st century skills, we ought to be saying what kind of problem solvers, critical thinkers, communicators, collaborators are they? So if we keep selecting people on the basis of grade point average, which is largely compliance in many cases, we won't get the same. We'll get the same results we've been getting because we won't have a different kind of ability to really do the kind of teaching that Jim Rickabaugh was talking about.
You're so right. We tend to teach the way we were taught, and as somebody pointed out earlier, it was a different model back when we only had to have somebody go to college anyway, and everybody else could go into manufacturing. And Ohio had these booming communities that are now dying, in Detroit with the auto industry. So we put kids in remediation, or we do these dumbed down ways, and they get bored, and then they're labeled as failures, and then they can't do it, and so forth and so on. I do have to point out 45% of the new teachers in Illinois recently surveyed indicated they went into elementary teaching because they weren't good at math and science. Now that's a tough one. But there's an award-winning school in Jacksonville, Florida. Not the most inner city, by the way, but they have a lot of diversity. But it's not an inner city school. But they're tops in the country in terms of, and have been for a long, long time. They're an A school in Florida. The teachers, the kindergarten and first grade teachers are on this video explaining that when they first began, they were asked to really raise standards around writing and vocabulary, and they said, this is crazy. Our kids can't even do this, let alone this. But they had strategies and materials and time for professional development, so they went about the business, and kids started to create their own stories and so forth and so on, and it was amazing. These kids went way beyond what they thought could happen. So I think you're absolutely right. We were almost in a deficit kind of approach. When, sometimes if the kids can't get the math right, you know what, move on. They'll get excited someday, and then they'll figure out they got to do the math or something. But don't bore them, we make it so much drudgery that they hate mathematics. That's not going to solve anything. Take them up to the stars for a while or something, you know. So those are the kinds of things I think we need to think about, and people need those repertoire and the tools as teachers.
Hi. I think one of the other things, though, that is alarming to me when you said that the elementary teachers go in because they're bad, they're bad at math and science, is that also conveys the vision that one is either good or bad at math. And that speaks to this sense of like sort of the incrementalist versus the essentialist mindset. Am I a smart person or am I a dumb person? And I think when teachers believe that of themselves, they convey that to kids, as opposed to this incrementalist idea where you're saying, the brain is a muscle. You use it more, you get better, stronger, more capable. And I think that when we aren't doing a good enough job of helping our teachers see themselves in that way, then what does that imply for how they see their students?
Yeah, and absolutely, and I think that gets back to the issue of Elmore again. I mean, that's a misuse of summative testing, and it gets into that bashing exercise. Assessment's supposed to tell us where we are, and we do something about it. It's not to say you're this and you're that.
In the front here, you haven't spoken yet.
Tending to teach the way we were taught a few minutes ago, that whole idea of teachers teaching how they too have been taught, and linking it back to professional development, which I personally think is at the heart of a foundational correction for all of this, and bring it back to where we started our day with the NAEP scores. My concern is that these basic skills, without the emphasis on professional development, and here in Wisconsin, we are going to be supporting our teachers, which I think this is what it's about, supporting our teachers, giving them an education so hopefully they will be able to pass a certification reading examination. But I'm concerned about every day between now and the next 10, 20 years that we're playing catch up for this, because I think it really speaks to how strongly we do need to support our teachers. I think all the ideas that we've heard today have much merit, and I think we're interpreting them in our brains in our own particular fashion. But I think everything comes back to our schools of education and really a robust curriculum and a mentoring of those skills, so teachers can come with concept knowledge so that they can get those core skills that will allow them to become the critical thinkers as we go forward. And I'm just wondering your comments on really, again, professional development and how we should be focusing and partnering strongly with our schools of education, public and private, for our teachers.
Well, I was a little bit different than most. I did something which most people don't do. I supported the schools of education. I always found in audiences, if you brought up schools of education, everybody liked to bash them. I thought they were too easy a target. I think there's a lot of changes that need to be made, and a lot of schools are doing that. Hopefully, they do more. They allow their students to have more hands-on learning and not wait till they do at the end of their term, but actually, if they think they want to be teachers in their freshman year, give them an experience. We had a school in Massachusetts. It's a small Catholic school that had classes at night for freshmen in the School of Education so that they could go to schools during the day, kind of thing. So I think schools of education need to clearly embrace what's going on in the state with respect to standards and so forth. Sometimes we find that they don't join the dance, so they need to do that. I think they need to do more about what does a standards-based classroom look like, what kind of techniques do you need, and so forth. But on the other hand, it's not just about the schools of education, because no matter how well prepared you are, you still have to go into, so professional development becomes much more than just your preparation. And I think we need to provide more, it's a term, but professional learning communities, as they call them, so that people can learn as they go. But I do think there are ways. You see these teachers, and they're just able. They can organize classrooms. They don't have discipline issues. they get kids excited. They weave the math in with the science, with the reading, and it's just a remarkable thing. And I think that all of us, not just schools of education, but all of us have to think about how do we promulgate that, because it's something to see. So anyway.
I think we'll take one more and then we'll wrap things up.
So one of the things that I find troubling about education is that since almost everyone in this country went to school, almost everyone in this country thinks they're an expert on education. And we've heard a lot today about taking from best practices and providing support for teachers. And we've talked about these are things we need to think about, these are conversations we need to have. In your opinion, what are the concrete steps that we need to take to make sure that the experts who are in our schools working with our kids or researching in our schools, that their voices are heard the loudest and most able to influence student learning? What do we actually need to do other than just think about that?
So let me ask you a question about what do you mean by experts in the school?
I think it's troubling to me when policy, and this is not always the case, but policy or school policy is created by folks who aren't operating at a classroom level or who have never operated at a classroom level as a teacher or in some other school capacity. And I want to know what ways we can empower those folks.
Yeah, if I could wave a magic wand, I would put a video camera on me and others that go into classrooms and get those terrific people. Because I think you're right. I think there's an awful lot of, I know at the Department of Education, God bless them, we had wonderful people, but many of them had never taught. And so it's pretty hard to send them into an underperforming school. They don't have any credibility to begin with. But so I think that the more we can get good people together, and hopefully the faculty, people emerge. I mean, people know on a faculty who the better teachers are and so forth. You know the ones that work harder than others and so forth. Hopefully there'll be a critical mass of those teachers who rule the day, and that requires a good principal, by the way, et cetera. One thing we haven't talked enough about, and a challenge you have, we all have, and that's involving parents. We haven't really talked a lot about parents, and I'm not sure we're very good at in really involving parents, particularly minority parents. You know, it's the big sign at the door says, report to the principal, and, you know, some of these people don't even speak English and so forth and so on. So I think another critical role for our schools that we just really haven't had time to talk about is parent involvement and how we get parents to be partners, true partners.
It is an important subject we didn't touch on. Let me wrap up. One thing I should say first, I've seen politicians and others who are really great at people's names. I'm not one of them. I think I startled Maurice Thomas by assigning him a new last name earlier from Teach for America. So I apologize for that. Two thoughts. One is I just want to return to where we started, these 5 hours ago. The bar is going up. The measuring stick is going to get longer for saying a student is doing okay in Wisconsin. For those of you who are involved in school districts, I think my own guess is you're going to have some pretty startled people next year, parents, board members, community, teachers perhaps, when they find out what that means. At the same time, that's what it's all about, is saying, I personally subscribe to what Dave Driscoll was saying. That is a more honest assessment, that we really have to face up to how ready our kids are to go on to college, to go on to life. And that's what we're trying to prod a focus on here. Second thought, I get the feeling this is a pretty impatient or agitated group in some ways, because people don't want to just hear a lot of talk. People don't want to just have a conversation. They want to see change. They want to see improvement. They want to see even amid all the things we're dealing with, and it's a long list. They want to see things get better. The better it is for kids and their education, I think we all agree, the better it is for the future of our families, our communities, our neighborhoods, our city, our metropolitan area, our state, our nation. So that's the challenge to all of us, which none of us know the exact answer, is to use sessions like this not as the answer, but as the launching point for more questions, and especially for taking the steps that really can increase the quality, the excellence, and ultimately the achievement that we have in our classrooms and with our kids. Having all of you here, having as many of you as were able to stick it out here the whole time is very gratifying to me. On behalf of the Dean of the Law School, Joseph Kearney, on behalf of Mike Goucher, who was so generous with his efforts in helping moderate and lead these sessions, and on behalf of all of us at the College of Education and at the School of Law, thank you for being here. I promise you we'll be back with more ahead, because we want to keep stirring the pot as much as we can in hopes that we'll produce increasingly tasty food. Thank you very much.